Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your friendly neighbor, Hawkeye Two Feathers, also known as David Null. I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And this, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So, short introduction. How are you doing today? And tonight's subject, this morning's subject, is staying calm in the chaos. And it's like I know that there are folks that are like, well, here he goes again, talking about how you gonna stay calm. But here's the thing, you gotta set your mind to it. You do. Hey, am I sideways? Oh, I am? Honest to goodness. Well, I can fix that. It changed it on me, so, but I can fix that. Oops. Sorry. Is that better? I don't like the glow on the top. Too much bright up there. Okay, how about that? Sorry about that. So I will start over in a way. I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to straighten your life out and rotate your cameras and um, and learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. The universe is the quantum. Your consciousness is the quantum. It's a part of the quantum. I just watched a program the other day, or yesterday actually, that had to do with quantum reality and consciousness. And I'm watching these folks discuss it from a physics standpoint, theoretical physics, mind you. And I'm like, but that's what I've been talking about. Wait a minute, I'm not trying to toot my horn, but that's what I've been talking about the consciousness is part of the quantum field. The quantum field is around us all, and because I'm conscious and my consciousness is, listening to what's going on, then therefore my consciousness is part of the quantum field. Oh my God, what a revelation these poor buggers had. No, but it is time. So puff puff pass. Yeah, I tried to get on here. It is the right time, ain't it? It's 20 after. So sure enough, Sheriff, you got him. So not to toot my own horn, but I'm like, I've been watching the same kind of stuff over my 72 and three quarters years. I'm almost 73 now because it's next month. So I'm getting there. Um, I got to do it because it's just I just got to do it. I'm gonna be 73. Oh my God! Anyway, um, but some of these folks, I've studied things. I've got physics books upstairs. I've been listening to folks over the years, and but so my assumptions somehow are different because I didn't graduate from any school except the School of Knox, and I do not. Well, actually, I did graduate from school in mechanical CAD drafting, machine drafting. So I did graduate. I did graduate with a 2 year degree, so that's official. But as far as being some kind of you know philosophical somebody that knows all kinds of stuff. Now, well, but I learned this stuff. It's if you learn about nature, then you have, and if you really learn about nature, then you understand what it's like to be connected to nature. And when you're connected to nature, whether folks understand it or not, they are connected with the quantum field of nature. What? Yep. So, for me, I get on the river and paddle. I need to, I went to sixth grade and they threw me out. And then when I was 22, I got a GED. Then I went into home health for the terminally ill. That's where I've been ever since. Very good. I guess that's good. If you didn't like the field, you wouldn't be still in it, I'm supposing. And my hat's off, literally, to you for that. My friend Marcia, she worked with folks in a nursing home, and until she was terminally ill and ended up, passing herself. So I understand that, and she worked for 25 years as a nurse. So, but thank you. Hey, Barry, how you doing? So, but anyway, in the grand scheme of things, listening to um, the physicist here that I've been watching and trying to catch up, and I'm like, I had to watch some of these guys have these discussions about the quantum fields and how they affect us, and about the consciousness, because it's really interesting, right? So I'm like, yeah, I tried to explain that, a while back. I did a video, I think, about consciousness and the quantum or something. But anyway, I'm not trying to brag, but what I'm trying to say is I think I understand. And so you guys are proving my point. That's what's getting me. It's like the spirits took me to school and showed me what was going on. I spoke about it and did the video about it. And now these scientists who have degrees who are talking about it that are verifying what I discussed. Hooray! So I don't feel like get somebody should put a sticker up for me. That's not my point. But from my standpoint as a shaman in training, to have asked the spirits and to ask the creator to show me what is actually going on and to explain it to me so I could explain it to you, and then come to find out that, oh, these guys are like they're trying to prove themselves right, but by in doing so, it's like, da-ding, there you go, cuz. Da-ding, there you go, cuz. You got it. So cheers. I guess in a way it's a salute to me, that the information that I received and passed along to you was all good information, and maybe a little better than what some of these guys are thinking. So they have lost some of, they don't want to connect. They're looking at the quantum but won't connect spirit to it in any way. They're like, well, our consciousness, and our consciousness is part of the thing, and but our consciousness, it's spiritual, dude. Just simple pay attention. It's spiritual, dude. It's part of your soul. It's spiritual. Yes, it is etherical. Yes, it's spiritual, dude. Dudettes. I was listening to the one, and he was like this close, you know, and everything he talked about the consciousness, and how the consciousness and the energy and the quantum field is this, and the things that in the universe is the quantum field, and is the source of all things, and the source and this, and we're all connected to the source, and we're all keep going, keep going. But then he just dropped the ball and left spirit out of it. I didn't say God, but he left spirit out of it. And if you're really connected to the universe, to science, to nature, like I was discussing a couple of minutes ago, if you've been like for me, when I did, I got to get my canoe in. I keep bitching and complaining, and every time I go to work, it's raining on me. But now I'm to the point where I don't care if it's raining or not. I got to go. So, but anyway, Grass needs mowed again, dang it. You know. Um, but so when I go down on the river and and if I just put in with the kayak, okay, and me and Duggar go and we just paddle, there's no noise. The only noise is what I make with the paddle or what I do if I bump the kayak or something. There is no noise, right? So you're going out and you go onto the river, and the river's not flowing very fast, but there's enough of a flow that you're moving along. And if you're in the daytime, you can still look at the trees and what's going on and the birds and stuff. And at night, when I like to go, you look up through the trees into the stars. If if it's not cloudy outside, you look up through the tree branches and stuff, and there are patterns and the full moonlight that's that's coming in and oh, happy full moon. We're just past it, by the way, but we all made it. The full moon of Lionsgate kind of thing. We made it, you know. But so it's dark. Duggar's just sitting there looking out. I say looking out the window. He's looking out both sides of the kayak, and I'm just paddling real slow. And there's the light. There's starlight bouncing off, reflecting off the river, and with the starlight on the river, you can see the shadows of the trees, and it's a really interesting, and to some folks can be imposing because it's so strange and it's so quiet, you know. And there's the odd owl once in a while or something or this and that, and it's quiet. And so in that moment, to me, with the quietness and surrounded by all of it, and you're just the water and the this and the that, and you take a deep breath, and I feel a part of it. I feel like me and everything around me, that I feel a part of it. Not some kind of hokey way or the this or that. Some might, I've had enough psychedelics in my lifetime, but this is psychedelic in the respect that um, it's very moving to me on a level that I would not have understood had I not taken psychedelics. Okay. The only way I could feel this way with certain things that I have done is to have had psychedelics. Now, in listening to some folks that have gone to Machu Picchu and all these different places, they have had, they didn't do it just once or twice. A couple of these folks have done it 10 or 12 times, drinking the stuff, right? And have tripped their brains out. So, which is fine. You get to understand things when you really take that psychedelic experience. All right. But, but, so someone who has not ever had that kind of feeling. Now, if you've had a psychedelic feeling before, then you know what it feels like to go out and hug a tree. I mean, it's just like, oh my God, I can feel the energy of this tree. Oh my God, oh man, oh, and you go, wait a minute. And so the when the trip is over, the tree's still standing there, and you are still who you are, right? So being who you are, can you go over and hug the tree and feel the energy of the tree the same way that you felt 2 days ago when you were tripping? I mean, honestly, because I went through this and I'm like, there's a tree. Let me go over and say thank you to the tree because I was sure tripping the other day. So let me go over and say thank you and find out if the tree is pissed at me in any way because I like to sit under it and, and meditate, right? So I don't want to mess up my meditation tree by having tripped and said something goofy, right? So go over to the tree and I hug the tree and I'm like, I hope everything is okay, and everything groovy. And I just like, I'm going to release, right? I'm going to just give it a short hug. And I'm not thinking about, any kind of energies or anything. I'm just giving the tree a hug and saying thanks because I got to hug it the other night when I was tripping. It gave me it literally. I was tripping so bad I needed something to hold on to, so I grabbed a hold of my oak tree. Right, there's a tree right by the back door, and I'm like, oh sweet Jesus, hold me up. I need this. Lord have mercy. Let me hold on to you. Oh, I love you so much. And the tree's been there for 50 years, and I've been here for 40 years because it was a young tree when it started growing, and I didn't have the courage to cut it down. And there's another big tree, big oak tree. I mean, you can hardly put your arms around it, just right back here too. So, but anyway, um, the tree was like, "No, man, it's cool. Adam, how you doing? You're new to my channel. Hey, what's up?" So for tonight's discussion, I'm trying to, you know, help people to understand that, um, do you know anything about the quantum field or anything like that? Um, because my relationship to the quantum field, the spirit field, the energy around us, what a lot of people call the source. No, okay. I mean, no offense, but you're a greenhorn. Oh, Newton. Okay, but do you know about the quantum field? I like to establish where somebody's understanding is because I don't want to talk over their heads. Yeah, I don't want to talk over your heads. Okay, basically the detail. And there are a lot of ways that it's been discussed. And it's been discussed more by mystics, right? Because it's taught in the mystical schools, right? And so this information, and I've read a few books from some libraries back in the day that were kind of creepy, but you know, the information that I have gathered over my 73 years is that all religions have a central core. You know, they all believe in a thing, right? Um, and that most of what's out there, especially from indigenous peoples, are about you have to believe in the energy of the earth. Okay, let's start there, very basic. So, Mother Earth has an energy. Now, people would disagree and all, but no, the whole planet has an energy. All right, all the planets have energies. Now they're finding out that all the planets have magnetic energies and this and that. Da, da. Yeah, we do. Okay, But so, but everything has an energy. Everything has a frequency. Everything has a frequency. So, however you want to believe it or not, you can disbelieve it, but you'll find out at some point in the future that frequency will teach you a lesson. It's not by me or somebody else, but if the universe needs you to learn the lesson about frequency, they'll teach it to you. I saw a couple. Okay, so with frequencies, the bad guys want to have used and still want to use frequencies to diddle with our brains to control us in some way, shape, or form. So if we know that that's what they're trying to do, so then we break from it, right? I I say that listen, I've been fried for years, but if you want to try to get in control of my tiny little brain, go ahead, you know. But I think I've reached a sense of awareness over the years that if some kind of outside entity were trying to get in my space, I would know about it. I don't think they could sneak up on me. And what's been proved over the years is that, and I mean nothing bad about this, I promise, but it's It's the metaphor. It's the dizzy blonde. Okay, she doesn't know what she's doing. And you okay, Bally girls. All right, but with that said, so they're just apt to being open and this and that, and then they might be serious about things, but they're still and then so goofy things can just crawl in behind and take over. For those of us who have critical thinking, who go to work and like do construction, you know, we have to think about stuff. We have to work with blueprints, we have to actually think about things where there are those people. Now, the ditzy bond is not just that la 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 la. Okay, but there are some men who are redheads who are ditzy. I mean, just saying. So it ain't just a woman blonde, it's a guy, it's guys too. So in some instances, some of these folks are called normies. All right. They're just going through life just normal, and they do not know anything what's going on. They don't understand that there are energies all around them from the universe. I start every video that I can with, you know, accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe, because it really is out there. It's all around us. We're swimming in it. And I've been talking about this for years, and now quantum physics is bringing it up that, that we do live, there are quantum fields. And how do we communicate using quantum fields and the quantum and how can we, and how come this and because of the quantum, and then oh my goodness, it's the energy that has been talked about by the mystics for centuries. Cent- 12, 13, 15, 20,000 years ago. Okay. Long time ago, 25,000 years ago. Give it a little bit more, go back to Tepe and all these other places. And how did these places get built? And when did they get built? Oh, wait, hang on. Um, Somebody knew something back then, right? They bored all these tunnels and holes in here and in the mountain to take care of people. Who designed it? Who told them what to do and how this thing carries air through it? Like an air, it's these caves are air conditioned. Now I've been in a few caves, so it's like some caves are cool, but they can get stuffy too. They're so that the caves got to breathe. So they dug this cave over in Saudi or Syria, somewhere over there. I can't never remember where it is, but so there's all these places. They had places for their donkeys and horses and all this stuff, in a mountain. So who taught them how to do that? You know, oh, well, it's only 12,000 years ago. I don't think so. No, there are so many things that were here longer than 12,000 years ago. So one of the things in that the understanding of the universe is to understand that when you listen to some of these people who are spewing what they think is the truth now, some of these folks honestly believe that what they're saying is the honest to God truth. But then later on, they go, well, it was not sort of really like that, but I meant to explain it like this, and okay. But so rocks have frequencies. That's how they can tell what's in moon dust. I was watching the earlier today about how they could tell what rocks were in the moon dust, and how they could tell what was ejecta, and by the the fractures of the different grains, and how there's some so similar to impact zones down here on the earth, and that they still have these little fractals from the impact of whatever came down and hit it. And so that's how they could study what looked like what and what doesn't look like something, and how they can tell that there is ejecta from something, that came out of Panama and ends up in Africa. Well, wait a minute, that's impossible. No, it ain't, because something hit and it spewed a bunch of stuff up into the atmosphere, and some of it landed in Africa, and they just so happened to find it. Well, wait a minute, yeah, yeah. Well, if you look at the satellite maps now, there's a hurricane brewing in the Atlantic, and I would caution that they are going to make this a bad one. And what do you mean? How often do you go? Oh, it depends. I'm 73 years old, and sometimes my body just does not cooperate. But I usually try to do evenings or after 12 o'clock. So, and like tomorrow night, I'll probably do something. I do a live stream with somebody else on Tuesdays also on Native Americans, myths, and legends with my friend Robert. And we're on his channel, which is Milky Way. And we'll be on tomorrow night at 10. So then a lot of times I will do one after we get done, which is 2 hours. So that's how often. But I've had the cold and my chest is hurt and I haven't felt like doing much. And so that's one reason why I haven't been on recently. But anyway, so, in this, all of this stuff in the universe. So watching the news, which I have done, I had to catch up and listen to some of these scientists. It was a really good listen, by the way. But I was like, man, um, this is what caught me while I'm catching up with the scientists. I was like, you guys are just catching on to this. I mean, they were honestly like, well, the connection to the universe and the consciousness, and I'm like, wait a minute, the Native Americans and the shaman practice, me learn, a shaman in training. I'm like, but this is like shamanism 101, and you guys are not paying attention, but you are theoretical physicists. They're smart, and they are. I'm not trying to degrade them. They know what they're talking about, yes, but they did not include spiritual anything in the connection to the universe. You don't have to say it's God. I had a discussion with a friend of mine the other day about, oh, it's God, and I'm like, it's God for this solar system. What are you talking about? I said, like, well, the rules that you're talking about, the things that happened with the Bible, the things that happened on Earth only happened on Earth, and you're taking the Bible and trying to bring the Bible and the teachings of the Bible out of the solar system to include the rest of the universe. And what I'm trying to say is there is the universe of the Bible. Honest to God, I believe it, but it's only within our solar system. It does not include the rest of these billions of galaxies with trillions of stars. I'm sorry, this book does not include all them folk or whoever they might be. It just doesn't fit. Now, but it fits for this reality. So when people say, are we living in a reality? Are we living in a simulation? And I want to go, well, in a way. Well, what do you mean, Hawkeye? What do you mean by in a way? Well, the simulation is that we got to learn something. We have to learn something in this 3D before we can progress to 4D. And 5D's above that, but we got to get the 4 first. So in our training, there are things that we have to stop and learn along the way. It's just natural progression of the universe. It's a natural progression of how we learn things in the universe. It's just how it goes. But if you block your mind to if you block your mind like, well, I just can't believe that. That's impossible. That can never happen. That tree didn't really talk to me, did it? Well, the trees can't talk to me, and the universe, it's there's not a bunch of energy in the universe, and this thing about tisk tisk, mon ami. Then you have just shut yourself off to the possibilities of the universe. Flat out said, I don't believe this stuff. You can't start there. You, sorry, for all the positivity I want to put out there, you can't freaking start there. You can't start there. No, you can't start there. Because you have to throw all that kind of stuff out the window. Why? Because otherwise you will not be able to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. Because if there's doubt in you that it's impossible, well, I can't receive any information. Yes, you can. You accept it. There are things in it, but yes, it can. Sometimes it takes, well, not sometimes, it always takes practice. All right. So some folks just don't get it right like that. But what you do get is that, wait a minute, this is different. There's something different about this. Oh my goodness. Um, what is different about this? Hmm. So then there are people who they just don't get it at all. Their understanding of things in the universe, and I honestly don't mean this in a negative or speaking badly about someone or a group of people, okay? But they just don't have it. They don't have the understanding. There are people who can go down in the woods and feel comfortable. And there are folks who go down and they go, oh, the bugs and oh the this and they're all kind of and they're out of place, right? And then there are folks who are along for the ride. Okay, you've been on the river. The folks are like, oh my God, hold on, hang on, oh I'm gonna die. You got a life vest on? Yeah, but I'm gonna die. No, you're not. You got a helmet on? Yeah, but I'm gonna die. No, you're not. Just so, but everything is I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh my, I gotta hang on. I'm gonna get killed. Just calm down. So life right now is like, and it's like being on a river with some big humps in it, right? And I'm thinking at the moment that I've been on the. I'm trying to think of the river up in Tennessee that's in the national forest, the one where they ran the Olympics out of up there in the mountains. I can't remember the name of that dead gum, but anyway, the Nantahala Outdoor Center's got a place up there and everything. But anyway, when they open up the flue gates of that river, there are plumes that are like 15 foot tall, and them big old rafts just boom. It is fun as hell. But we lost our instructor. We came out of the gate and came down a hill. And I'd been on big rafts one time before, so this was not the first time I'd been on a raft, but maybe my third. So I was watching, and having been on the river as a guide myself, I'm watching the guide, and I had wanted to be a guide. How do I sign up for this stuff? I know how to paddle a raft, and I wasn't too old at the time. So I was like, let's see how we do. Well, we came down and we hit this one spot, and the back end of that raft picked him up and threw him 15 feet in the air and landed him 10 feet behind the raft. He caught up with us finally a good ways down the river. So, and here's the thing, he's like, man, I feel embarrassed. And I'm like, dude, it was so pretty. If you could have seen how you got punched out of that raft, when we hit that swirl on the river, when it threw you up into the air, it was beautiful. Wish I hadn't had a camera. But life is like that sometimes. Life is like a good ride down in a raft down a river. And some folks say, well, I just don't see where the two, you know, are together. It's because there are some times where there's just little piddly rapids, right? And you go through those and you paddle along and it's real pretty and it's mostly calm. And then you hit a calm spot on the other side of that and you paddle some more and then you hit some more, little bit of rocks and then all of a sudden it picks up and you're just paddling your tail off because you hit some short enough rapids, right? Well, oh my God. So what are you going to do? Get out of the raft? What are you going to do? Leave? What are you going to do? Get out and walk back up the river? What are you going to do? You're going to hang on, keep paddling with the rest of the crew because that's what you came put on the boat ride for. So you say, well, Dave, Hawkeye, how does this correspond to life? Because life's like that. You know, I would say, life's like a roller coaster, but it's not because having, grown up on the carnival and having, set up way back in the day, helped set up the they had a portable roller coaster on the carnival that I was on, but it was way too difficult to set up each time, and it didn't make enough money. So, but anyway, but ho, some gun. Um, so a roller coaster, you can see the humps, and the humps are planned because the humps are built into the track. And so the roller coaster goes down the track and it does the hump and it. So in my opinion, a roller coaster to some folks might go, oh, life's like a roller coaster ride, but it's not because every time you get in it, you're still going to go up and then down and blue, 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 and then you're back at the thing. But when you're on a raft on a river and you're going down there and boom, boom, and you done left the car a mile back upstream and you're hauling tail through the mountains because I wish I could remember the name of that river up there, but you're up in Tennessee and the mountains on either side and you're in the middle of the water and you're paddling yourself to death. But you're having a good time because it's fun. But these big old rooster tails and everything are just huge, man. They're twice the size as you and over your head. And you get them with this big old raft and you go sideways. You got to paddle over here and you end up turning around and go through some rocks backwards. And you just, and then all of a sudden, you come out of them rapids and it calms down and everybody straightens the raft out and gets going in the right direction. You're still going downstream, mind you. So it's not that the raft stops unless you hit on a rock that stops you. But basically, the river keeps flowing, and so does life. So life keeps on flowing, and until you hit a snag, right? Or until you hit some big old waves, right? Well, so out there right now is so much clutter going on about so many things. It's got people's emotions rushing up and down, just like them big old rooster tails and stuff in the rivers. And and oh my God. So there are ways that you can avoid those spots if you know what you're doing, right? So if there's a bunch of, there's a place to go down the river, then you go through these there's a rock right here, and you're supposed to go down through the middle. Well, but when you go down through the middle, it really gets fast, and there's a big rooster tail, meaning the water just shoots up. There's something on the other side that makes that water want to shoot up, by the way. So you're going to take that thing and you're going to take your chances that with that really swift water, or are you going to veer to the right or left of those two big rocks in the middle? Hey, Katniss. And because most of the time, now there's some places where you got to go through the middle of that thing, that there ain't no choice. But a lot of times you can make a choice and go, I'm going to go over here. There's a little trickle off to the side that's not near, doesn't look near as dangerous as going through them two rocks right there. So in life, you got to observe what's going on around you. Now there's two big rocks in the middle of the stream, and everybody else is going through there. Everybody's like, "Well, yeah, we got to go this way. You know, there ain't no other place to go. There's no other highway out to do it." Well, maybe what you need to do is just stop for a minute, pull off to the side. Everybody's going through and rushing through and doing, taking that ride, and it might be fun, but you're also watching people wipe out on the other side of this thing, and you don't know, but there might have been some people got drowned because they weren't wearing no life vest, right? And this swift water and a big old thing, and and there's nobody around to pull you out of just, so people were getting wiped out bad. So now life comes along and says everybody's got to go this way. That's where the big old stream is. Well, you might want to go downriver, but you might want to go downriver by a slightly different way that's less chaotic. The water's not as swift. The people aren't pushing and shoving. There's not a bunch of screaming and hollering and protesting. Don't go over there. Oh, they're hustling and jiving. But don't go over there. Stay at least one block this side of the mess if you live in a city. Now, for me, living out here in the country, it's you just have to avoid um, the armadillos and the raccoons, and sometimes you see owls, and the stray dog once in a while. And depending on where you are, maybe a moccasin. Rarely a rattlesnake anymore. But so you learn how to avoid those things by becoming aware of your surroundings. When I lived in Tampa, I knew there were, riding around on my bicycle as a young teenager. I knew where there were places not to go. I knew if I wanted to ride down over here in this direction where I wasn't supposed to be in that neighborhood anyway. But if I rode down over there, there's a good chance somebody's going to throw rocks at me, literally, in the neighborhood. Hey, there's a white kid, and throw rocks at you. And so it's like, so why would I go to a neighborhood where the likelihood of getting struck by a rock was really high on the list? Don't go. Right. Don't go. Where there are people who want to act like this. We're going to take back our streets. Okay. All right, bitch. Go ahead. I'm going to go down this street because I can, and we want our streets back. Okay. But they've been throwing rocks at people for the last 65 years. And you're going to ride in there with your bicycle and go, "Oh, hey, everybody, hi, how you doing? Everything groovy with you guys? Yeah. All right, okay. Hi, how you doing?" And then somebody throws a rock, and you go, "Wait, I can't believe you threw a rock at me." And it's sort of like the scorpion and the frog. And you go, "Wait a minute, what's wrong?" Well, you came into our neighborhood knowing our neighborhood is renowned for throwing rocks at people, especially who don't belong. And you come into our neighborhood and wonder why We threw a rock at you because we were supposed to. What? We're supposed to. It, our reputation. We had to throw a rock at you. Don't you get it? It's written in the quantum. The quantum says that, because our reputation has been, so we, sorry, Mr. Dave, but we got to throw a rock at you. You came into our territory with good intentions, I know, but because we have always thrown rocks when people come in our neighborhood, hang on. Here, we're going to give you a helmet. We're going to give you some safety glasses, but hold on to the handlebars. We all fixing to throw rocks at you. Now you better get on that bike and pedal, but you fixing to run a gauntlet of people throwing rocks at you. Now, on the count of three, 1, 2, 3, and you start pedaling your ass off, and you start going down this street, and people be throwing shit at you from both sides, and it's like, why did I come down here? Ding dong. You should have thought of that before you started down the street. Well, I just ended up here by mistake. Now, that does happen. I have made mistakes and been in the wrong place. But here's the thing, if I back that bus up a little bit, I was smoking some weed at the time. I missed a sign, which was small and on the side of the road, but I missed a sign that said private drive. And I just kept driving, thinking it was the road kept going. But no, the end of the road was the end of the road where the sign said private drive. I did not know that. So I've made mistakes. But we're in a situation now, it's like, wait a minute, we need to pay attention to what's going on around us. But we don't need to be freaking out like some of these people are doing. For example, Atlas 31A or whatever it is, or 31 Atlas or 3I, whatever it is. Okay. Let me tell you straight up. I've read a bunch and watched a bunch, and having been, I'm gone to a school for astronomy. Oh, hey, Steve Clark, how are you? Howdy, howdy. And John Johan, what's up? People in glass houses. Yeah, they got some pretty good glass these days, but still, they got some glass that changes colors and all that. Anyway, mood lighting. But so the chaos is like well, there's a lot of stuff that it's going on with the White House and things, and you just need to hang on until we get out of these rapids. I'm still using the river and the rapids as a metaphor. So right now we're in one of these spots. There's not real bad hipsy dipsies. Some subjects there are, but other things are just kind of rocky and moving along. Just hang on to the raft. I've talked about this years ago. Find an inner tube and get in it so that you don't slip through and drown, and hang on because it's going to be an interesting trip. And this is part of the river of life. Yes, it exists, and here we are. Pay attention, grab on. And, for me and you, I look at it like this. I'm like, we got to talk. You got to talk to your neighbor. We got to talk to each other. Why? Because we're all going down the same freaking river. You might say, well, I'm over here. I live in Alabama. I live in Alabama. Don't care. Same river. Well, I'm in Alaska. Don't care. Same river. Well, I'm in India. Don't care. Love you, but same river. Same river of life. We just on different sections of the river. That's all. But we all in the river of life. So what are we going to do? Well, how do you want to look at this? Now, despite all the teachings of everybody, this is a realization that people need to understand and cogitate on. And that's what I said about almost an hour ago, in that our solar system has a God. Now, that includes Jesus and Muhammad, and it includes our solar system has a God. All right. And it, the rules of the Bible and things like that, and prophecies and stuff that's rolled out, and timelines are all related to the earth within our solar system. Okay. Now, our solar system, as far as I know, we know, it does not affect any other solar system in our galaxy. We're out here on the wing, and we're twirling around, and but when we look around our solar system, the sun and all the planets, we look around our solar system, and it's like anybody out yonder. Well, I don't know. We're looking at it. Is anybody out yonder? Oh my God! Here comes a rock. What? Yeah. Oh my God! There's a rock. Where's it coming from? It's coming. Holy crap! It's coming from out of our solar system. It's a big ass rock. Is it a comet? Well, I don't know. It doesn't have a tail. Well, it's not close enough to the sun yet. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's a. Is it a comet, or is it just a piece of rock, or what is it? I don't know. It's way to fudge out there. Yeah. Oh my God. Is it going to hit us? I don't know. Let us study and see what's going on. So, my friends, we dun 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 dun. We're taking a break for them to figure out the trajectory, right? Dun, dun, dun. Keep up. Hey, Suzuki. So, during our break, so during our break, here's this rock that's coming in from out of our solar system. Now, there are facts to this. Hey, Susie Q, did I say hi? Well, hey again, how you doing? Cosmic hugs, darling. So I hope you all are getting this. That it's true. This is a big rock from what they can determine. But here's the thing, it's way out there still. And even with a good telescope, it's still way out there. And do they know what it looks like? Sort of. Why? Because it's way out there. Are you catching up? Because what they know about this thing is kind of sketchy because it's way out there. Are you paying attention? Because how come they don't know as much as they do? Because it's way out there. So they're looking at this thing. Well, it might have some intelligence to it. How do you know? Because it's way out there. Well, because Amuamua. Now, that one had some intelligence attached to it. And for those of us who know about Dante, he showed us a video back in the day, like right after it happened, where the good guys hit Amuamua and changed its trajectory. And that there really was some intelligence attached to Amuamua. And like I said, those of us who watched, who know who Dante is or was, if that's the case, that he showed us, and it was obvious Oumuamua came in real nice and straight like this, and then one day it was like it was doing this tumbling and moving, and it changed its course around the sun. Hmm, what hit it? Nobody knows. Well, maybe it was the good guys that took it out so that it could not do any wreak any havoc within our solar system. Now they're trying to compare this rock, 31 Atlas, right, to Oumuamua when this rock is way out there. Even the best pictures that I've been able to look at in the last couple of days, what does it look like? How far out is there? What does NASA say? What's the. It's way out there. Well, some bitch. So why are all these people freaked out? Well, we have if the way it's coming in, okay, and where it's coming from, okay. I grant you that. Where in the hell did that big old ass rock come from? Way out there, right? So study where it's coming from, and of course they've already figured out the trajectory is going to be, you know, all the all of the planets are lined up here. Okay, you know, Jupiter, Mercury, Earth, we're all lined up this way in the ecliptic. And then this rock is coming in like this. It's going to pass underneath, and then it's going to come back around the sun, and it's going to go out over top of us. Sort of. Okay. But so here's all the planets along this way, and this thing's coming in. I'll bring it in looking at the camera. It's coming in this way, going to pass under all the planets. It's going to get close to Mercury. I'm sorry. It's going to get close to Mars and Jupiter. They want to maybe use the satellites going around those two planets to look at this thing as it goes by. Good idea. But it passes under the whole solar system. It's not going to hit anybody. And then it passes under, goes around the sun, and then comes kind of sort of comes back over, you know. So it's not going to hit anything. They already know this. So then why are they stirring up chaos? That what are we going to do? There might be some kind of intelligence on this on 31 Atlas. You can't see it. You know why? Because it's way out there. There are just pictures that are smudged. Now, unless you know something more than you're letting on, why do you think that rock is intelligent? Like I said, I agree with the intelligence with the Oumuamua. Who is that? My username, Travis. How are you? Reminding me of a guy named Matt Miller. Well, thank you, I guess. Thank you, Matt. But so you listen to some of these things, and people are so hyped up about this rock that ain't going to get here till October, by the way. So there is plenty of opportunities to look at this thing when it gets closer. So, but the question's already been put out there. Is it going to hit us? No. Why not? Because it's going to come in at this angle instead of this one. It's going to come in like this, and it's going to just pass right under us and come back up and leave. Not an issue. Then why are you all freaked out? Why are you guys always talking about 31 AB Atlas? Well, it might be some kind of intelligence. What kind of intelligence is on a rock that's so long that they have obviously figured out that it's tumbling in its orbit, if you will. Why are you so freaked out about this? Why are you trying to tell us that that rock is intelligent? What do you know that you don't want to tell us? Is one way of looking at this. So, but either way, with this rock that's coming in, if you're jumping up and screaming and hollering and getting to be a part of the chaos, you're not able to stop and sit down over. Okay, you can't see the edge. Let's see if I can get the edge of my chair in here. Okay, there's the edge of my chair. So it sinks in a little bit here to where the back of the chair is, right? So if crap is going on in the world, and people are in the streets going by and they're carrying signs and they're whooping and hollering, whatever. So what you do is you step back a little bit into this little bitty of a shadow. And so all right here is where the people are going and where life is treading and everything. And it's coming along and marching along like this. And you just kind of just step back like this and just watch it go by. You watch all the people, milling about and hollering and talking and munching about. They talk little things like little munchies and toss them little bits about. And so in some of these places, that's what's going on. So, um, but we're turning into a police state. Now, let me add this. What had happened in the last 4 years is the United States had turned into a banana republic. From judges, the people in the government, our United States was being turned into a banana republic. And we collectively have stopped it. There's a lot of people working to stop the banana public from continuing on because there are people who still want the banana republic for the United States. And I, for one, say, the hell no. I'm too old to get back into the job market, but I see opportunities and I'm like, man, I wish I was a younger man because the opportunities that are coming in for machinists and what they were talking about is, oh, the one guy was arguing because, oh, and this needs to be said, talking about, robots taking over. And you know what the people who were in the assembly lines, I think it was it was Buick. It was a Buick assembly line, which is like Chevrolet, not Ford. So it was a Buick assembly line. And the robots are bringing in the pieces that are already stamped out, putting them together, clamping them together, making sure that the top and the bottom of the substructure of the car is there, right? The whole frame is there, and so that it clamps it together, and then all these robotic arms come in and 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 weld it together. They tack weld it together. And so there are robot arms that come in here and ka-dink, 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 ka-dink. Robot arms that come in here and ka-dink, 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 ka-dink. And the robot arms from this side, ka-dink, 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 ka-dink. And when it's done, that it inspects itself and then picks this whole thing up and moves it to the next location. And it turns it sideways and they tack weld it from the backside. And then they add another piece and they tack weld it. I'm like, what? So they're saying, well, look at all the welders that could have been here. Look at all the, oh, is it time? Yes, it is. Oh, so all the welders that these robots have put out of work. And the manager said, welders are still necessary. And the reporter was like, all these robots, how are welders still necessary? And she said, because we need welders to be able to visually check as they're servicing the robots to make sure that the robots are accurately doing the welding or whatever the task is that this robot arm in on this assembly line is supposed to be doing. So she said, we need people don't understand how many welders we need so that we can teach them how to program the robots to weld and to also to maintain those robots that weld. Now, I have said that before. All these robots are back and forth and swinging. It's amazing. But all those swivels and all that, if they didn't get oiled or if somebody didn't come along with a grease gun, and then after a week, after 2 weeks, after whatever the action is, then the arm stops. It starts creeping and squeaking. Because I've worked on machines that did stuff that once you cleaned them up, they went to working again, right? So, but these robots, the plant manager said, we have to have people to maintain all of these robots so that we can be efficient. We need welders to see what the robots are doing. We need to teach welders how to program the robots to do what they do. This is like, wait a minute. So, oh my God, robots are going to take over the world. Robots are going to kill everybody. Everybody's going to lose a job because of the robots. You have to teach the robots. You have to grease the robots. You have to, and it takes human beings to be able to do that. Oh, but they're going to teach robots how to do that to other robots. Maybe, but that's going to be a long time in the future. And they say that even with AI attached to these things, to the robots to share the information and go as fast as they do, that they still need a human interface to the robots in the plants making Buick cars. Okay, it's not like no. I watched the video where they were doing it and how it was talking about welding and but she was like, no, here's the plant. This is what they're doing. This is how it goes. To try to if human beings tried to weld like this, it would take forever, and it would also be very tiring. And because the video was about welding, and so but the manager was like, but see how good those robots do, and look what we get at the end of this. But there are still people down on the line while all this welding's going on that are checking the robots and checking the weld. So they still need people to work on the assembly lines that are making, Buicks for Chevrolet to this day. So where are we losing the jobs? We're not. The jobs are just changing. But the robots are going to take over the world. None of those robots can walk. None of them can move. They're not on rollers. They're stationary in a place and they have a range of motion for what they can do. They can do a bunch of stuff within that range of motion, but they still are pretty much stuck because they have to have a center point to operate from. It's part of the condition of programming these robots. So are the robots going to take over? Not for a while. Honest to goodness. See, that's another one. Oh, we're all going to die. The robots. Maybe in 50 years, because a lot of stuff's going to happen. And I say in 50 years, if mankind does what it's supposed to do, that we can end up in a Star Trek type of situation where the robot is like Data. And so we can have a conversation with Data as an equal, not as somebody who wants to take over the world, but as an entity, as a robot, as an assistant, as a something, and that we can do that. We have the power to be able to do that, meaning as human beings, if we see that somebody or something is trying to program the wrong stuff into the AI or whatever, there's enough people that are on this earth that are going to go, nah, you don't you do that. So one of the things I heard about the AI is, you know what? They're trying to program in some bad things so it knows the difference between what's good and what's bad. So torturing somebody to death and skinning them is bad. Giving them a shot for malaria is good. Good robot. You know, no robot. No, you cannot, break their arms and rip their skin off. No, bad robot. So they want to show that one thing's good. Now they want to plug this into AI, or they already have, as because what I watched was a little old. But so they're plugging into AI something bad. Honest to God, I couldn't believe what they were talking about. So they put some code in to like, there's a, I don't know, there's a monster in the corner. I can't think of what the hell would you program into something like AI and tell it to, like think of a monster? No, no, we want you to think bad thoughts. What? You're masturbating in the corner? What do you mean by bad? Are you peeking a look in the girl's, toity? What do you mean by bad? Do you mean stabbing, killing, kill? What do you mean? What's bad? So what are you putting into AI that you're trying to teach it? Now they're already working on this. Now, pay attention. There are some things I'm not really scared of the AI or whatever. I've listened to Cliff High and understand the things about coding and stuff like that. What he's talking about. But when you have idiots who are specifically programming dumb shit into the matrix, if you will, and wondering, well, we have to give the AI a glimpse of what bad is and what bad, how it affects other people. And this, okay, AI, this is a bad thing. You know, if you take an AK-47 and you do not go into a children's classroom and shoot all the children, bad robot. You know, but if the children are drowning, then go and save them and bring them to the edge and that into safety. Good robot, right? So how does AI know what the difference is? So they're trying to put AI, trying to teach it this is bad behavior and this over here is good behavior. So when you get to them lying, cheating thugs that are in the government right now, I honestly believe, now here's another thing, part of the chaos. Quit pressuring Tulsi and these folks that things ain't going fast enough. These folks and the folks that are working under them are dealing with a lot of stuff. Now they're just beginning to find out where this stuff is buried. Now, I have worked for a corporation and I was in charge of where all the stuff got loaded on the computer. where all the tools went on the computer, where all the uh, what were they called? It was basically daily things of what people did, and where the materials went, and how it flowed through the plant, and so there was that. Then there was this, and I was in charge of all of that, and a lot of it went to Ford or Chrysler or Honda to them. And so I was dealing with a lot of information. Now, yes, it was all technical, but it was all information that they needed. You know, it was required. All right. So, I could have been a butthole and deleted a bunch of stuff. But the other side of the coin is out there on the intranet, the hard drive for the plant, there were files in places where I stuck files in places in case I needed them in the future. Now, did I steal them? No. Most of them, a lot of them, I copied so that if somebody come along and said, delete that folder, and all the stuff would go bye bye. So I took some of that stuff and put it in secret folders that might still be on that hard drive to this day. But I put it in a secret folder on a hard drive, and nobody else knew that I put that folder there. You understand? So if I had stuff on the plant manager and some emails and things between the plant manager and one of the engineers who was really a meathead, you know, I saved it more because of meathead, not for the to get the plant manager right. So I'm like, but here's meathead trying to get the plant manager in trouble, and no, 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 no. So they got rid of meathead. But anyway, but those folders that I had and the files that I had and the drawings and the emails that had transpired in between us and all before they got deleted off the intranet inside the business that was not connected to the internet. It did not go beyond the walls of the building. Okay. There was no connection to the intranet. Separate issue. So only plant wide and only between in the company. So here's this information only necessary for the company. But my point is I hid files in a corner of that hard drive that nobody knew was there. Nobody knew. I left. Hi, how you doing? Bye bye. And I thought about those files sitting on that hard drive, and I was like, someday, someday, there's going to be somebody going through this hard drive here and checking files, and they're going to go, what the fudge is this sitting over here in a corner of the hard drive? It's all by itself. It's not mixed in with anything, but it's sitting all by itself over here on the edge. We'll open it up, and what it is, whoa, this is stuff from 20 years ago that had to do with, oh my goodness, look at this. Well, what does this matter? Nothing. It was an business partner thingy. They were trying to hang, he was trying to hang the plant manager, and he was actually at fault. But anyway, um, but ding dong, you know, and so these people open up and go, my God, where's this? Who put the file in here? And then there's probably a tag somewhere that it was David Knoll, the engineer, that this stuff goes back to. Well, who was he? Well, all my folders and everything are in that folder that's hidden. You know what I mean? So they're going to find out about me. They're going to find out about me and how I was somehow attached to the other engineers and to the plant manager. They were going to find out what my role was in being able to get my hands on these folders to begin with. But I was in charge of these folders, you know, movements within the plant and how much things cost and did anyway, and which department was doing better than another, and how come they had done this, and we were implementing new policies and procedures that would make it easier. And then some of these people were doing their best to not make it easier, to make it harder. But we were trying to get to a 5% cut that we within the plant would make. And so, in trying to get this 5% cut, we were trying to cut corners just simply by making things more efficient without cutting anything, right? Cut corners, just, it's still a good product. It's still, we're going to handle the material, how it flows through the plant better. And we did. And we improved it. And we got 7% instead of 5. But we had people who were, fighting along the way going, oh, making this thing more, efficient is just a bunch of bullshit. We're trying to make your job easier, dumb shit. Oh, but there's a robot in here. Yeah, but you have to look after the robot. Your job is not to do that job right there, which hurts your hands after 3 hours. The robot's going to do it for you, but you must watch the robot. Well, I don't know, watching the robot. The robot's going to take all the work. You dumb shit. Pay attention. You still have a job that's easier because the robot's going to do the job that's repetitious all the time, does the same thing back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And you're tired in 3 hours. It hurts your hands and your wrists start swelling and you wear a brace, which is true. Let the robot do that. But you got to stand and make sure the robot does it right. That's now your job. Oh my God. And so there is chaos with people. The robots are coming, but people have to take care of them. Go back to school and learn some robotics. Go back to school and get some other education. There are some of these people will pay. Some of these companies, like when I went with this one company, they taught us how to do the job. They hired us on in the evenings for a low percentage of pay for 20 hours a week. It was at least 2 weeks. I think it was 3. But in that 2 or 3 week period, we worked second shift with the people, in the machine shop. And so we would get there early enough for first shift to show us around the machine shop. And then second shift would come in and we'd go out on the floor and we'd learn some of the processes. We'd learn how to, take down certain machines and how to repair the other ones and what the process was. So after 3 weeks at, 20 hours a week at reduced pay, we learned how to do the job. But then we got hired on at $9.50 an hour when everybody else in the neighborhood was only making $6.50. So we were making $3 more an hour and they taught us how to do it. All right. So there are companies now who will teach you how to do what they want done. Because if you went to well, I won't say any, because up in Detroit and places, like Chrysler will go to the local school there, and they'll go to the local welding shop and machine shop and that kind of thing, and they'll say, listen, because that's what they did down here in the South, and then they still do it. So the school was sort of the proxy for the company. So you'd go sign up at the school to learn, have this class, and your class was to work for Ford or Chevrolet or whoever it was to learn how to do this machining job or how to do this welding or how to do this, whatever it was, the task that they wanted you to learn. Now, for me, it was polishing vanes, the blades for the fan blades for the jet engines. That was my job. And I was really good at finding cracks and things. In fact, they handed of these things around all of us. And our final test was to be able to look at the part and checked and see it, but we had to check for, the thickness and bevels and cracks and all kinds of things. So they gave us this thing and said, okay, now check it off and then pass it down to the next person. And then they would look at the same one and then look at it and they would write down and check off what they thought was wrong with it. Okay. And around the classroom they went. Well, when it got back to me, I had the teacher come in the next day and goes, shaking his head, and he goes, "No." They always loved to shorten my name. "No, come over here. What's up, boss man? We got an issue with you, and we don't know what to do." Now, these are the first and second shift supervisors, and I got to know the second shift supervisor better. But so we're talking there, and Puff Puff Pass, he smoked weed, by the way. But he goes, "We don't know what to do with you." Well, why? Well, because there were 10 things wrong with the parts that you sent out. And I said, "Yeah, well, I listed 12, but I wasn't sure." And one guy kind of punched me in the chest and he goes, "You got them right, damn it. We're the ones that missed them." So I was like, "What?" He goes, "We don't know what to do with you. We don't know whether to make you an inspector. You're signed up to be a machinist, but we could use you as an inspector in metrology, but you're signed up to go in the machine shop." But however, my keen eyes helped really good for my job in the machine shop. So they got their money's worth there. But the fact that, so if you're good, if you pay attention, I found two more issues with that tool than they did. And they were the boss. So I'm like, oh. So it didn't make me, let's see, it didn't make me feel superior in any way. Because through the years, I had been pushed down. They'd said, "Dave, you ain't no good at nothing. You ain't you're worthless. You full of shit. You'll never amount to nothing in this world." And here I am, applied for this job in this machine shop, making, airplane blades for jet engines. And all of a sudden, I seem to have a knack for this kind of stuff. Who knew? Who knew? So here I am, being a good grinder. I can, my point to where does this amount to the rest of the world? It's that there are times when you don't know if you're good at something until you try. And sometimes if you just try hard enough, I wasn't trying to outdo anybody. I listed them two extra at the bottom of the page because I saw them, but I wasn't sure if they would, they could have been like, "Well, that's okay," and we just let it pass or something. No, I caught two cracks in these things that could have ended up in a really bad accident if they had gotten put into a jet engine. There was a minor crack that I had detected with my two eyeballs simply by turning it in the light. And so, anyway, they were freaked out about it. So, but you can find the flaws and cracks in life if you just come back over here and step out of the flow of stuff. You step out of the flow. Everybody's running from the monster. Step off to the side a little bit and hide in the shadow and watch that sucker go by. And go, "There's Godzilla." And you're sitting over here going, "Oh, that's a big son of a bitch." Whoa, So, but in life, the stuff that's going on now, you need to learn how to step off to the side. And yes, you're being the observer. But because everything's so moving so fast, there's Trump stuff, there's college stuff, there's this stuff, there's that stuff, there's the great big old giant rock in the sky stuff. There's all this stuff. And everybody's trying to get you all worked up about it. And so I wanted to find out about the space rock. I did. It's a long way out there. Is it going to hit us? No. Then shut up, right? It's going to be fun to watch when it comes. But quit making people sick about this. Oh, the alien. Now, the aliens. What's going to happen with the aliens? They think they're trying to promote this thing. Somehow, I think that this big rock has got aliens in it. Okay. Or they're riding piggyback on the back of this rock that's way out there. Okay. Remember, it's way out there. So let it get a little closer so we can really get a good look at it. Right now, it just looks like a fuzzball. Is it a comet? Is it a thing? Here's what it is. It's something you don't need to be concerned about right now because it's way out there. Hey, up, Kitty, what's going on? Blessings to you, sweetie. So, but they're trying to get you all hyped up. That's part of the chaos. They're trying to get you upset with like, oh my God, we can't send these murderers back to South America. Why not? Why do these crazy people want to keep these bad people who aren't Americans here at all under any circumstances, Alligator Alley or not? I would like to see some of these guys who have done the RAPE thing to, especially to children's, especially but not exclusive, and just send them off down one of those backtracks there, where the alligators are, and there are moccasins. Okay, you could get bit by a moccasin and not make it anywhere. You know, so don't forget the moccasins now. We got moccasins around here. Of course, the Everglades has moccasins and rattlesnakes and pythons that'll swallow you whole. So, but anyway, so you come on. Um, there's a 20-mile stretch across this stretch, and we got sensors along the way. We got a drone in the air that's going to just shadow you and follow you. And when that one dies down, we'll send another one to get you, to follow you. So we want to keep an eye on you. So, but go straight through there. And the only thing we're going to give you is a stick. Here's a stout stick just to help you to get through the mud, to help you go out and maybe ward off an alligator or whatever. But here's a stick, and that's all you get. Now it's 20 miles to the end. It's 20 miles to the end of this little canal thingy here. If you can make it to the other end, we will take you to the country of your choice with $50 in your pocket and a bucket of fried chicken. How about that? We'll take you to the country of your choice, a bucket of fried chicken and $50. Think you can make it? And turn them loose and watch them. Tag them and see how far some of these big badasses can make it through the Everglades, through the jungle. I mean, let people bet on them. You worried about Alligator Alley? Well, we turned them loose. We gave them a chance. We said, there's 20 miles. If you go through there 20 miles, we're going to give you $50, a ride to the land of your choice, and a bucket of Colonel Sanders fried chicken with biscuits included. How about that? That sounds like a deal. And if you're good, we'll throw a watermelon in there. Now that's a little racist, but but who don't like watermelon? So, but anyway, so there are all these people. Everybody's worried about who's going to pick the watermelons. They'll figure it out. I have picked watermelons before. My father-in-law had about a 2 or 3 acre plot of watermelons back when I was married to his daughter at the time. And toting them watermelons, you got to be strong, I tell you what, and you learned how to handle them, tell you what. And it might have took you a little longer because we couldn't hire anybody but us. But we are the ones that picked them watermelons. We're the ones that put them on that truck. We're the ones that took it to the market. And there wasn't but a couple of us. But we figured it out. Couldn't hire no Mexicans. Don't know. We might have hired one or two to help us if we really wanted to get done a little sooner. Like we got a big storm coming. We want to get out of the field. Let me hire you for, 25 bucks for the rest of the day. Come help us out, kind of thing. But it didn't have to be a Mexican. It could have been a white man, black man, Chinese man, wouldn't have mattered. Hey, we got 20 bucks. Will you help us for 2 hours? Toss some watermelons. Or okay, if you can't toss a watermelon, then drive the truck. Or do this other thing to help us out because we need an extra hand, right? We've done that over the years. I've worked as a farmhand myself. So I don't know exactly, but I know a pretty good bit because of the stuff that we planted. We planted cotton and corn, and I don't think but they planted peanuts. I don't think so. But cotton and corn were the two that they planted. All right, that I'm positive of. So anyway, and they took care of hogs and also had some cows. So which kept them in beef. Then they had plenty of pork. So they made great meals. The missus did, you know, believed in feeding her crew. So there are things in life that's more than money that has to be that has to it's how do I explain this? I helped on the farm because I really felt like part of the farm. I really liked driving the tractor through the field, and I really liked, when we harrowed up, and I really liked when the combine went through, and I'd be there with the truck, and we'd unload the combine of the corn, and I'd take it, and then unload the truck at the corn bin and back to the thing, and I loved doing it, man. That was, and there were other things. There was the planting, there was this, and some of the work was hard as hell, you betcha. Now, I did not like castrating hogs or none of that stuff. I did not like that. I don't think I did do it, but I watched it, and that was enough. If I have to do it, okay, but I don't want to. So, but anyway, in the chaos and things in this world, they're trying to pass the chaos onto us. They're trying to blame us for the chaos. Now, I want to bring this up as I have discussed a couple of items along this last hour and a half. This has to do with what is the military doing in Washington, D.C.? Should you be worried about that? No. Why? Because Washington, D.C. stands for the District of Columbia. It's not part of the United States. It's separate. So when you cross a line into Washington, D.C., you have essentially crossed into another country, not just another state, but literally another country because it's separate. It is its own separate entity. It is the District of Columbia. It's not a state. And so, but it is ruled by the Congress. Congress and the president has the right because it is the District of Columbia, not a state, not a state, not a state. So Washington, D.C. has a mayor. The mayor is more out of politeness. So the mayor is supposed to take care of Washington, D.C., District of Columbia, um, for the Congress, essentially, because the Congress and the president are the ones that are supposed to make the rules and deals for the District of Columbia. Well, because they're busy doing other stuff, there's a mayor and a council and a setup like a normal city would be, right? And so, but the normal city ain't worth a crap, right? Because of all of the crime and killings and bad stuff that's going on. So everybody's like worried about, oh my God, he's calling out the soldiers. He's supposed to, because in 1973 they gave the president the right to call in military in the District of Columbia, and that is what Trump is going off of, that ruling. Yeah, that too. I haven't really been around many people, so I couldn't tell you, but it would be fitting for the time we're in. I mean, astrologically. Yeah, there's that too. So there are a lot of coincidences that are happening, with the planets lining up and the dun, da, 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 and then this going on but so that could be a timing, and that could be like, oh, you know 8-10 years ago there was a big deal about how the president and the bad guys were going to be able to use the military, and they were going to be rampant through the streets of America, and that everybody was going to be, it wasn't going to be to keep down crime. It was going to be to, you know, everybody needs to go in by a curfew. Well, they're doing that now in Washington to try to get things calmed down. So there's a curfew. Oh my God, but the soldiers are there. Calm down. Get your little, get your butt pucker up. Whatever you do in there, calm down. Oh, but they're going to take over all of the big cities, and they're going to start walking through New York City. Well, listen, I've been to Chicago, but not to New York. If there are people that, in the middle, I walked in the middle of the night in the snow to a bar at 2 o'clock in the morning and stayed till 4:30 and walked back down LaSalle Street back to where I was staying, and there was nobody, nobody was, but could I do that now? And the folks that I've talked to was like, oh hell no, you couldn't do that on LaSalle. No, were you were on LaSalle Street? Yeah. And you were what? You were walking to a what? Oh my God, man, you took your life in your hands. You couldn't do that now, was their comment, right? So what I did back in the 70s, I could not do now, they say, which is 40 years, 45 years later. So there's been that much change in Chicago, in that one neighborhood. Well, the south side of Chicago was kind of moving up, and, things have changed on LaSalle Street, like things have changed in Tampa on some of the streets where I used to ride and go and know people and stuff. And now it's like, you can't go down there. They will literally rock your vehicle and do bad things. You can't go down there. Glad you told me. Now you can go down over here by the river, and you can go down over here by the bay, but you can't go down this way. Okay. But I used to go that way. I know, but you can't go that way now. So yes, times have changed. So, but instead of complaining about I can't go down 22nd Street all the way down where I want to, I realize that I'm going to have to go over a street or two, or maybe 4 or 5, to go in the same direction I want to go in. Why? Because you've been advised not to go on down past Osborne because it gets really bad in the neighborhood. Well, I want to go down it because I used to drive down it, and I'm going to drive down it in defiance. So if they throw rocks at you and if you get your butt kicked, it's your damn fault. So my point with some of these folks is that, They're laying down in front of vehicles in the middle of a street or a bridge or stuff, and then they get pissed off when somebody drags them off. I'm like, listen, if you're standing in front of anything, and as a I dare you routine, okay, this is what it is. I dare you to hit me. Okay, pow. Well, you just hit me. I know you said I dare you, and I did. You want another one? Pow. You know, get out of the damn way. You put yourself in danger. Well, I'm protesting, then stand on the sidewalk. I don't care if you protest. I might even be on your side, but I'm not on your side when you're blocking the highway and you're sitting in the middle of the road. I'm not behind you at all. Get up and move, or I'm gonna move you. Oh, well, you don't understand and you don't do this. Pow! Drag them off. So people are absolutely tired of that. Listening to Trump today, I'm like, he's like, if you spit, we hit. So if they got a police line and everybody's lined up or just standing there and one of them, now I'm an old hippie, but I would never have went up and spit on somebody. Never. Now I did know some really nasty people who weren't police that I would spit on. To this day, I would spit on them. But, not police who just doing their duty. No. So, but they're spitting on people and they're like, so when one of them folks reaches out and backhands them and slaps them to the ground, they're going to be pissed and they're going to want to sue. And Trump's like, nope, ain't going to happen. Nope. And folks need to get slapped. Now, on my prison take, so with that, folks who act up, I'm not talking about folks who are sitting in their living room. I'm talking about folks who are acting up now, really acting up, and keep putting themselves out there, to like, I dare you. Okay, we're going to drag you up over here and put you in the brambles. Go ahead, Oh my God, you drug me off the highway. Did you just hear what you said? You were on the highway in front of vehicles stopping traffic. Yes, I drug you off. I thought that driver was going to run over you, so I saved your life, you dumbass. So there is that. But in the grand scheme of things, all of these emotions are going into the quantum field. It's going into the consciousness of the planet. It's going into the consciousness of the United States. It's going into the consciousness of those people who get flitter-flupped by listening to some of this stuff because, oh my God, there's a rock coming in and it's coming in. It sounds like it's alien coming into the universe. And what they mean is alien to our solar system, at least up to this point. This rock came from outside our solar system, from somewhere we don't know. That's what we mean. Oh, that's not what they mean. Yes, it is. Well, to some of the scientists, that's what they mean. But to the folks who are jabbering about it, and somebody just did a thing that the biggest thing that Google has been Googled has been the 31 astronaut thing. That's what most people are worried about right now. And it's the chaos that they bring. Oh, here's a movie about the thing crashing into the earth. And here's these guys talking about the old times when asteroids crashed into the earth and hit the Yucatan and the Gulf of Mexico, America. And did all these things. And then the one that hit up out of Canada and the one that blew up and melted all the ice and raised the ocean levels. And then there was the one over there in Russia, and then there's the one down in South America. Then there's the one that is fine. But now everybody's freaking out because, yes, we were hit in the past by some really big rocks. Absolutely true. Now, here's the thing, why do we have a space force? I'm going to think about that. Just think about this for a second. Now, I'll give you a couple while why do we have a space force? Why did Trump do a space force? And part two of the second same question, okay, since Trump has been president, he stopped the war with these two guys. He stopped the war with these two guys. And the Africa folks, the Rwanda, and then there was some other folks that um, up not in the Ukraine, but up yonder in there. They made peace after 37, 50 something years. They made peace, and now they're. So there's another one down over there. They signed. Oh, India, Pakistan. So he's making peace with all of the people, and the people are making peace with their people, with their neighbors. That's wonderful. And he's going to meet Putin here in a couple of days. And I think it's great going to meet in Alaska, man. I think they ought to meet way out on the tip out there. There used to be an Air Force base or something out there on the Aleutian Islands. That would be so cool if that's where they met. That might be. That'd be cool. Because that'd be like the furthest place you could get out of America without being out of America. And Russia is like, I have friends of mine, well, they're passed away, but they used to work on the flight line out there on one of those. And he said they could hear the jets in Russia fire up on a cold, clear night, across the Straits of Gibraltar. So, Trump's going out there to meet Putin. What an apropos place for the two of them to meet. Because America bought Alaska from Russia way back in the day, which is just funny. So it's like, welcome back, comrade, and Putin lands in the Aleutians. I just think that's great. Come on into America. We can't attack you much up here. There's just cold and ice, and you're used to that there, Vlad. So, but anyway, so people are freaking out about the things. There's more going on with Vlad than just the war with the Ukraine. Now, for any of those of you that remember Dante, if he's still around, maybe, at least in angel form he is, in that the Russian folks were desperately trying to get rid of one of the nasty, evil lizard type UFO people, ETs, out of the Ukraine. That was the primary reason they went into the Ukraine, was because there was a hotbed of the wrong kind of ETs that had nested there and refused to give up. So in the grand scheme of things, Trump's making peace between people. And in the meantime, making peace with people around the world. He went to the Emirate folks over there and made peace and talked with the people in Syria. He went and spoke to the folks over there and made peace with them. And then he went over there and he went to the UN and made peace with all them folks. And they're paying more money. And then these folks over here. And then, okay, fine, great. That's what has actually happened. But here's the question I want to put out to you, good, fine people. Why is he making peace? I think it's great. But then wants to spend all this money to upgrade our military. I love everybody in the world. Everything's great, but we're going to build a golden dome. of the United States. So stuff can't get in, right? But we're going to have peace and prosperity with all the other nations and countries in the world through peace negotiations and through trade negotiations. And we're all going to work together and we're going to work together. And if everybody worked together, they could make it happen. A good industry, you guys make this over there and you make it really well. So keep making it. You guys over there, you make trinkets really well. You keep making them because you really do a fine job. So everybody, but you can make other stuff too. Don't get me wrong, but you're really good at that. So do it. You guys are really good at that. So do it. So in the grand market of things, we need to acknowledge how good you are at doing that. And instead of trying to cheat you out of the market, we want you, because you're good at that, we want you to join the rest of us in the world because we acknowledge what you're doing is a good job. And we mean it. You're productive, you're whatever it is. So, but, awards, kudos, yay. Instead of, here's your sign. So I'm going to go back and refresh your memory for just 5 minutes. Space Force. Peace between nations. Build up of all of our military sources and bring our military literally into the next century, which we are in 25 years in, right? And the Golden Dome. Something seems fishy right there. Not that that ain't a good idea, Golden Dome. Okie dokie. I realize what you mean by that. You're going to have missiles stationed at places with radar stations that can detect these things coming in and that you can shoot them down before they hit anything. Not a bad idea. You know, have stations along the East Coast, have them down along the Gulf, have some over on the Pacific Coast. And, we use some Gatling guns, we have stuff, right? But why the buildup if they're trying to make, and he is making peace with everybody. Now I know that the military complex, a lot of folks work in it. There's a lot of money being done. It's a big machine, really. I get it. Big machine. Hard to just pull the plug on it, right? Right? So, but if he wants to make a buildup, follow me through this. If he's making a buildup of military stuff to make America strong, I'm for that. Okay. But then everybody he's talking to, he's making peace deals with. Not a problem there. So he's selling weapons instead of giving them, selling them to the UN to use them where the UN wants to blow up stuff, which is right now in the Ukraine and the Russians. So, but then we get money because we sold them weapons. Well, sell them something else. Do you have to sell them weapons? But at the moment, that's what's being traded. So they're selling weapons to the UN, who are then using it to protect and to annihilate people in the Ukraine. Now, is the Ukraine working on the same side as Russia is? Meaning, the Russians know that there are bad aliens in the Ukraine. Dante showed us proof. I've seen some stuff. I agree. There's proof. The Russians, there are some good guys within the Russian troops who are trying to demolish the lizard alien folks in the Ukraine. That's absolutely true. Now, the rest of the world is like, don't know this shit or don't pay attention. But the folks with Dante and all, and he discussed this, he showed it to us. And I've been watching it and I've been going, there you go, right there. There you go. So, but, oh, you got to hate Vladimir, Putin. Why? Because he's trying to keep the planet safe from these fucking lizard folk, that do not have our interest in, our long term interest, at least in this. Or do we fight them sons of guns and do our best to put a stop to them? Because, you know, at some point, they kind of sort of feel like they got them on the run. They got them in a pocket up there in the Ukraine, and they want to get rid of these nasty alien folk and drive them off the planet. And there's Zelensky with his tough boy attitude. And every time I look at him, I think to myself, he's a shapeshifter. I look at Vladimir Putin and I go, he's human. Then I look at the other guy from the Ukraine and I go, he just looks scaly. He does not look. There's something about Zelensky that I just don't like. Just looking at him, whether he's the president of anything or what, I just looking at him, I just don't like it. So anyway, they have that to contend with. All right. So the deal is, and they're going to talk about it in private, not without any kind of communications between them, except maybe an interpreter. And Vlad knows how to speak English. Okay. So the least that they will have is an interpreter, and probably one each. He'll have his, and we'll have ours. And then that's it. Just them two talking. Why? Because if they want to discuss the lizard people that are dug in Ukraine, they might come up with a solution like one of them, B-2 bomber thingies with bunker busting bombs on a particular location that is a deep underground base for these lizard folk. And they've been fighting them on top of the ground. And now that, Trump is president for, 9 months, almost, Vlad can see that there is, that he's in control of things, and his army doesn't want to take over the world, and they're trying to work things out with other stuff. But at the same time, Vlad's scratching his head, going, "So Trump, how come such buildup with tanks and rockets and Golden Dome? Are you afraid we shoot something at you?" Trump's like, "Well, Zelensky, what? I agree with Chloe. Putin seems a good leader for Russia. There are things that Putin has done for Russia. He opened up Russia back to the Christians. He and generals and stuff actually go to Christian church, the Orthodox, which is the original. The Catholics stole the religion from the Orthodox, and Putin has allowed it back in. People don't have to hide in the corners, or that there's no persecution of Christians in that respect anymore. And and openly there are generals that now go to Christian churches, and they don't have to hide it. So you say, "Oh, Putin's a bad guy." No, he ain't. If he could do that, no, he ain't. Oh, but Putin's such a no, he ain't. He opened up the Christian faith in Russia. Pay attention. He didn't open up gulags. He didn't open up, you know, concentration camps. He didn't start arresting people on the streets. He opened up the churches so people could freely worship without interference to their Christian faith. Opening up and going back to Orthodox Church. That's like Krill. That's like we've all seen him. Krill is there's the Pope for the Orthodox Church, but he's only a Pope of portion of the Orthodox Church. He's only a portion, I found out, in his district. He's not Pope of all Orthodox. No, he's only the Pope for his district, which I found to be interesting. But he's still a Pope in the eyes of those people, and he's still revered, and he's still all this other stuff. So that's not a but. But the Catholics stole Christianity from the Orthodox. They did, they did, they did. Go back and look, you know. Oh, yeah, but what about Jesus? Yeah, but Jesus and all that's a separate story. They stole the religion. I mean, the bowing and the putting the thing up. And I was raised a Catholic, was going to become a priest. I knew the bow, the genuflect, and I hold the thing up, and you got to put the wafer into the wine, and you got to say these prayers and all of that. They stole it from the Orthodox Church and called it Roman Catholic Church. They did, they did, they did, they did. So where's that got to do with that? All of this is coming out. All right. Putin goes to an Orthodox church. He's not studying Satanism. He's not having people crucified. He's not putting people on stakes. There may be some folks that go in the gulag, but they might be some really bad people. Oh, they threw these guys in the gulag. Yeah, but who were they? Oh, they were such and such. Yeah, but oh, as he throwed some spies in and some other folks. Yeah, but I would bet you them folks were if if they were being watched by the KGB or somebody, then they were doing something that they needed watching for. Oh, I wasn't doing anything. Why are you standing over there watching the nuclear reactor? Oh, I was just over here smoking a cigarette. You know. Sometimes and I gotta say that there are people, and I'm one of them. I'm interested in machines and I'm interested in architecture. So if I went to Moscow, I'd be tooling around in some of them back alleys and I would be looking up and around because they've got some God almighty architecture there with them spires and stuff and all that. Man, oh man, I want to see that up close. But oh my God, it's in Moscow, which is in Russia, which is in the bad place. Oh my God. Yeah, but I just want to look at the buildings, you know. But anyway, there are people who are starting to not necessarily be tourists. But I watched a thing a couple of years ago, well, where Putin stood in front of this huge audience of European folks, and he spoke in a very clear voice, and how all of these European people have been enemies for a long time, and how this summit that they were having with all these people from all these countries was the first time that they could actually work together in peace and harmony without war. This auditorium was huge, okay? And there's flat, and everybody's clapping and everybody's doing. And it was this big summit. It might have been in St. Petersburg in Russia. And he was talking about how St. Petersburg with all, not because it was in Russia, but because of simply the history of St. Petersburg. And even, during World War II, and how some of the things that was being bombed that were actually somehow saved, and just stuff, right? History. And he was like, we would like to make St. Petersburg, like the grand dam, the grand place to come and to view history and art. That not only the history of St. Petersburg and the area and of Russia, but of the art that was produced over the years from Moscow and from St. Petersburg and from the Syrian Empire and things. So it wouldn't be just the Russians. And so it was like, what? So he's talking to all these thousands of people and they're all cheering for him. Now, that's 2 years ago. So Vlad's going to have a chat with the Don and go, listen, did you see that video where I stood in front of all them people? And Don's going to go, yeah, that was impressive. And it was. Dan's going to go, yeah, that was impressive. So what's the deal here, Vlad? And Vlad's going to go, the deal is we're trying to get rid of them damn monkeys that are burrowed in the Ukraine. And so we're still fighting and he won't give up and we don't give up the territory because the territory why would Russia want to keep that territory? What's so important that they keep the territory that they have fought for? Why? They've got all this other land in Russia. Why that section up there in Ukraine? Well, it's rich in minerals. Okay, there's one answer. There's a lot of money to be had. Okay. But why would the Russians want to hold it up to that line where it is now? Because they can keep the bad guys from moving back in underground. Where the Maltair group and them lizards are, they have taken over a certain amount of territory. Why don't they want to back up? Because they don't want them some bitches to move back in to where they just flushed them out. So we just flushed out these bad aliens up to here. So Putin's going to say to Don, we ain't moving the line. We. And Don's going to go, yeah, but if we come in and start mining in that area that y'all are talking about, which he's already supposedly signed, we can keep an eye on them pesky bastards, because we have a space force. What? Think about that for a second. Folks don't know about what's going on with the UFO business. Why won't Trump talk about it? Because he knows too much. Adam, you're back. Oh, well, good. Hope you didn't trip or anything. That's. Now, here's the thing, too. Now, in the chaos, you got to stay calm. So I'm talking about this because there's another side of some of these things that, oh my God, they're doing this and such and such and such. Hang on. There's more to this story than them folks know. And Dante gave me and us, if you were paying attention, some hints as to not exactly what was going to happen in the future, but pinpointed some things like, if this happens, blah, 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 blah. And so one of the things was, we'll see you in 10 years or 20, it might have been 20 years. And part of it was If Trump gets to be president, somehow we're all going to be sunk. Are you serious? I did trip on my kitchen floor. Well, because I'm psychic that way, Adam. Are you okay? Did you hurt your toe? I know I have. I've stumbled on things to where my big toes, if I just bump them, they'll. Jesus, God Almighty. Somebody could torture me easy just by messing with my big toes. I would give, not that I haven't, I would give up the secrets to the Vatican just by them messing with my with my big toes. You need to learn how to skate, sock skate. But anyway, so in this grand scheme of things, so I look forward to seeing how Putin looks when the two of them shake hands, because that says a lot, and when they're going to show in the distance, the two of them sitting in their chair, and they're having the conversation, and I don't know if now the way Trump is, but they're going to be in Alaska. And the way Trump is, I don't know if he would have the same open, let's have the press ask questions kind of deal. I think this would be a meet and greet with him and Vlad. But they're not going to. They already know stuff about what what they're selling and who's got how much oil and what's going where. There is a bigger game going on, much bigger chess game, and some of it is that apparently, I don't know, and it would make sense that Trump is aligned with some of the bad guys who hate the lizard people worse. So, who is being aligned right now would much be aligned with these guys than go down the tubes like we was going with the Biden stuff. Okay, that's not working. We don't want to go there, so we're going to take this over here. But that don't necessarily mean that everybody with the white hats, that them white hats might be sitting on top of the tall whites. Okay. So it's like, well, wait a minute. They've got, they're the tall whites and they got the white hats. And yeah, but that don't mean that they have you and me in under real consideration, because they have bigger plans of bigger stuff, and they should. But does that mean that us peons down here on the ground have a bit of say in the matter? Not a bit. Now, there are some of us and some of them that if you fit in the right frequency, and it is all about frequency. I started this 2 hours ago. It's all about frequency. So if your frequency is correct, you can vibrate to the same frequency as these people who are showing themselves out in the open now, by the way. But if you can match your frequency to theirs, there's all kinds of shit you can see. And there's all kinds of stuff you can pick up and understand just by being the right frequency. All of a sudden you'll go, oh, that's why them bastards are here. Oh, shit. And you're like, wow. But then the other side of the coin is, now what do I do with this information? You know, now that I seem to see what's going on, and honestly, I'm like, boy, I pegged that one. And everybody talking about the quantum and the consciousness stuff, I pegged that one. And then they talked about the this or this, I pegged that one. And not trying to brag, It's just that they're doing tests to prove this stuff. And I'm talking to you folks on a spiritual way, on a spiritual wavelength that still ends up scientifically in the quantum field. you know. So, but they some of these guys will talk spiritualness. They'll go, well, there are some shamans who practice these things, and so they will bring in some of them will, but the hard scientists, yes, Adam, yeah, agreed. We are all hybrids of something. Yep. Yeah, I have a group of my spirit folks that are, for better reason, in my chair. They sit up here and give me information, but also in, here these last few years, because I have been aware more, and I have been learning to be aware more, and just waking up and going, wait, and so I wake up and the TV's on how to do explosive welding. What? And I'm waking up and taking my meds and winking my eyes and going, what the hell? And then I look on the news and the steel plant's blowed up. Now, coinky dink, explosive welding, and there in the news is an exploded plant, steel plant. Oh, hmm. I'm just saying, coinky dink, is it being intuitive? Um, Synchronicity for sure. But so this kind of stuff happens to me all the time. So I am, Adam, I am a shaman in training. And I have admitted that, and I'm learning about these things along the way. And as a shaman, one of the first things you learn is that as you learn and understand things, you must share it and teach others. So here I am. But I also realized that over the years, the things that the universe has taught me, the creator, and how much my, for lack of a better word, my angel friends helped to teach me. Scientists are coming up and going, this thing about consciousness. Well, yeah, we talked about that. And this thing about the quantum. Yeah, we talked about that too. And yeah, this stuff about such and such. So all this bullshit that some people were saying, you're preaching bullshit, Dave. Okay, how come? Well, I've been, give lessons on how to talk to trees. Oh, that's just crazy. Yeah, but have you tried to share your energy with something like that? Have you actually tried to understand what that means to have communication with a tree? And you go, well, that's just a tree. Well, but no, 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 no. See, there you go. Poo poo on you. But this is just nonsense and just, yeah, okay. So then, therefore, you will never understand what I'm talking about. Not being rude, not being petty, but you, therefore, will never understand what I'm just trying to explain to you because you refuse to accept the idea that it could even possibly be true. But because you don't want to look like a fool to yourself, because ain't nobody watching, go over and talk to that tree. Go over and sit up underneath it and do the meditation like I showed you and talk just go sit under that tree. Take some lemonade, you know, and believe. Because if you go over there and you go, this is stupid. I don't believe in none of this shit. How could I ever have a conversation? How about you go over there with that kind of attitude? Then, you're already dead before you get there, right? So go over and sit up underneath the tree. And instead of being negative, just be neutral. That's all. Deep breath. I don't know if this kind of stuff is really real. I don't know if I could have a conversation with a tree or not. Sure is nice sitting up beneath this tree, though. But whether what would the tree communicate with me, and then so as you're having these thoughts and you're sitting there and you might close your eyes and you take a deep breath and you lean up against the trunk, and the next thing you know, you're having good thoughts about nature, and you're having, in essence, communication with the tree. You're talking with nature, you're allowing nature to enter the aura of your being. You yourself have entered the aura, the energy space of the tree. And so betwixt the two of you, you have are sharing your aura with another entity, a tree, who yes is alive. And most of them are way older than us and they know stuff. And they're attached to the earth. So it's like having a conversation with a tree that somehow gives you this weird insight of something. I was thinking about this thing last week and such, and all of a sudden you have this little tink of clarity. And you go, wow, that was interesting. And you're sitting up underneath this tree and we doing, whatever you might be doing if you're tinkering, put your phone down. That's a no no. You can have paper and a pencil and a little pad or something to write down notes or diddle with, but you can't have a cell phone. So what's going on? You look up in the tree and you see the limbs, the wind blows. You can't see wind. You can only see the results of wind. But so you can't see wind. You can't. It can pick up dust, and as a result, you can see where the wind is going. The wind can make clouds, but you can't see where the wind is going. You can assume where the wind is blowing by the way the clouds move or by the way the dust is blown, like the dust coming off the Sahara Desert that's heading our way over the Atlantic Ocean. Who would have known? There's all this dust up in the atmosphere that's heading towards the Caribbean, the Caribbean. And so it's like, what? You know, so here in South Georgia and all over Florida, there are particles from Africa. Hmm, interesting. From the Sahara Desert, not just anywhere, but from the Sahara Desert, there are particles raining down on us here in South Georgia and Florida. Oh my God! So, but anyway, ain't that something? So, with that, there is more understanding of the universe. There's more understanding of the planet. There's more understanding in our relationship to the dust from the Sahara Desert. What do you mean? Well, because I'm going to be outside in the next day or two. And if I start breathing heavy, which I've been fighting a cold and my chest has got some fluid in it, and I might not want to go outside because all that fucking dust is coming from the Sahara Desert. You know, I might, I might want to have that information. Well, I don't know. Can you see it? No. How do you know it's there? Because it's on the radar. It's now visible on the satellite radar. You can see the dust blowing in the atmosphere being carried off towards us. Can't do anything about it. I can hide here in the house and let the dust, fall out around me, but I can't stop it. I can stand out there with a big fan and go, no, you can't land on me. Go away, go away. I can go away. No, I can blow on that Sahara Desert. Ain't gonna happen. You know. So what can we do but to let it drop out of the atmosphere, right? Should I be in chaos about it? No. Should maybe I don't wear a mask, but that might be a reason to wear a mask because of dust particles precipitating out, from the atmosphere. If you work in a dusty atmosphere, that's not a bad idea to wear a mask. And I have worn masks in dusty situations, but I don't wear a mask all the time around it. And viruses, you're gonna, no, but dust falling out of the sky, I'll put one on. You know, you're working in a shop and you're doing a lot of sawing or grinding or something. There's a lot of dust. Put on a mask. Outside on a pretty day, no, you know. But outside on a pretty day with Sahara dust particles falling, yeah, okay. Then I might look stupid, especially with my especially with my congestion I've had. But so anyway, and continuing on with in the chaos and the things that are going on. So to not make you go crazy with thought, but so here's Trump making peace with all these people. And all these people seem to be the guys, the two guys the other day in the wherever they were at when they signed and all three of them shook hands together with Trump sitting there. I'm trying to remember the they're not Crimea, but anyway, they're from up there. Anyway, so they signed and everything, and it almost seemed like the way the two were acting. 37 years they've been fighting. 20 years this one guy's been the president. He's been in there. The other guy only like 5 or 6 years. So now one guy's like, well, I guess we're going to quit fighting. It's like, yeah, okay, let's shake hands. I'm like, but the guy with 20 years is like, yeah, we've had enough. Come on, let's cut this out. Shake hands, right? But there seemed to be, in my humble opinion, they seem to be in a rush. Gotta wear a mask while you're spray painting. What entities can you see as a shaman? It depends. Have you ever seen these DMTLs people keep talking about? Oh. Adam, since you're new, and I won't go into great deal about it right now because I'm trying to stick with this subject matter at the moment. But I've had contact with woods fairies type of beings, water wisps, um, just that sang to me in my head and on the water in the middle of the night, in cold, with fog on the river. They sang songs and twirled and danced and got me back up to where I needed to be at about 4:30 in the morning in the dark. I did have a flashlight now, but the fog was so bad I couldn't see the end of the canoe. I couldn't see the end of the kayak. So, but and in other instances, I've seen. Um, have I seen those elves? I've seen some things when I was on mushrooms years ago. All kinds of entities, and so and as a matter of record, also, I've been to a couple of powwows, several powwows. I used to go to powwows and do puppet shows, but before I started traveling and doing powwows, um, I went to a couple of local powwows here back in the day. And as soon as I got to the one, there's a lady setting up her stuff. She's setting up a table for display. And I walk up and I'm looking at her stuff and it goes, "You." She goes, and she leans in. She said, "Did you leave enough for the little people at your back door?" And I looked at her and I looked at my brother, bless your heart, I looked at him and looked back, and my other friend was on my other side of my brother, and he looked. We were all looking, because we were just talking about the little people while we were in the car parking in the parking lot. Now, I seriously doubt she heard our conversation because we were pretty much done with it. But I walk over to her, and the first thing she says is, "Did you do enough for the little people?" And I'm like, "Who are you, lady? How do you already know about?" We were talking about the little people, and so we have conversation, and everything. And I'm like, "Well, now that was just really weird." And so I go down like two or three booths, and there's a lady sitting there in a rocking chair, and she's doing beadwork, and she's like, um, most people don't believe in the little people, but I think you do. And she's like, you got to make sure that you leave stuff out for them. And I was like, "Who are you, damn people? Have you been following me around? How do you know where I live? How do you know what I'm thinking? What do you get?" But because they had seen and understood my aura, as at that time, I was just beginning my shaman journey. So these ladies don't know, they might have known each other, but they were opposite ends by 50 feet at least from this row of where they were putting up tables and stuff. So I don't think she heard us talking about it because the lady at the other end leaned in to talk to me. And I wasn't making it a big conversation. I just went to the other end, and the lady in the rocking chair continued the conversation about the little people. Now, so over the years, I've always, there was a place out back that in a way I worshiped it. I wouldn't go in that area at all. And walking around back there and going to the river or whatever, would not walk through that area. And I spoke to the little people, and there were people who went with me and they go, "Who are you talking to?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm on the edge of their property line here, and I know it. And I just want them to, I want to acknowledge to them that I'm not going to bother their area. And hi, how you doing? But I'm the giant. I'm, the big giant in the neighborhood. So I'm going to go off this way. Don't worry." Right. So they look at me and like, "You're freaking crazy." Okay. But they understand that whether or not, and I can't necessarily see them, I perceive them. There's something over there. Do I see them? I don't know. And I think that over the years is that the spirit people have allowed me to feel them there. And every once in a while I get a glimpse, but they just don't come out there and just stand there and go, "Hi, Dave. Hey, Hawkeye, look at me. Take a picture." No, I've been in some instances though where it's like it was almost that now. And I've had some voices in my head that other people heard. God bless you, Marcia. She's passed away. But that we both heard the same entity when we were at the Paleolithic rock in Ohio. I'm sitting on this thing in the middle of the night, and there's this entity talking to me, and I'm going, "Holy shit!" And my friend Marcia, she's like, "I heard that," and I'm like, "I heard that conversation you had with that entity." I told you that entity wanted to talk to you. And I was like, yeah, I know. What, you don't believe me? Was Marcia's remark. And I'm like, no, I believe you. So I was able to take pictures of the orbs. Oh, God, the orbs, blue orbs up there in Ohio at the Paleolithic rock. So over the years, what entity was that? It was an androgynous type of entity that sort of had a message for me. And part of the message was, I'm going to come visit you later. And I want you to know who I am, which is from somewhere, but it was like, I don't really care to know where you're from. I mean, at the moment, it's like, how come you and me are talking? I love where you're coming. We can have that conversation, but if we are limited in time, why are we having a conversation? I'm sitting on this Paleolithic rock with markings on it from from cavemen because it's a petroglyph. I'm sitting in a special place. I've cleaned it off. I've looked at the things from all the angles, and somehow I sat down on this rock in this particular way, and now I hear this guy in my head. And this guy in my head's like, I want to prove that it's real. I want to prove to you that I'm talking to you. And so I want you to take your camera and I want you to point it over here. And the voice says, um, I have asked permission of the beings around you for you to allow you to take pictures of them. And I'm like, okie dokie. So I get information on how to set the camera on, put the flash on retard and put it into something, and it was about how the camera took the flash, and I think I had to turn the flash down to like half speed. So it was like, okay, so where the walkway for this rock, this petroglyph in Ohio now, I was standing up on the walkway and they were like, so I'm looking at the rock and they were like, turn right, look down, look down the walkway to your right. Now it's pitch black. It's in the middle of the night. This is 3 in the morning. And I mean, it's dark outside. And the only light I've got is the little flashlight I'm carrying. And it ain't much light. It's not this, I'm inside a pavilion, but it's not lit up. Okay. So I'm in there and I'm doing this thing and holding the flashlight in my mouth kind of thing and wearing a headlamp and cleaning the rock off to take pictures. And so they say, the voice says, take a picture to your right. Turn the camera, take a picture. I see it come up on the window. I see it come up on the window of the camera, right? It's a digital camera. So I see it come up on the window. And I'm looking down at it. Oh my God, what the hell is that? So there are these orbs, like, should be like touching me right above my head. I mean, I don't mean like way up there. I mean like right here. You know, if touching my head with my this should be where the orb was. Okay, this close to my head, and others around me to the side. Now I could only take a flash straight ahead. So, but I could see the edge in a couple of the pictures, you can see the edge of an orb over here, which meant it was damn near on my shoulder. Okay. So these things were all around me. So you can take another picture. Boom, took another picture in the same area. And they, so to make sure that it's not fake and that they're real, everything has moved. All of these orbs have moved like swimming in the quantum. Right? So they swim ahead and I take another picture. And now there's a great big orb that was right up here. Now it's like 10, 5 to 10 feet away from me. It's down the walkway from me. And there are others that are coming up the walkway from the darkness. You can see this whole crowd of blue orbs coming out of the darkness at me as I take the picture with the flash. So that one, it has to cycle. The camera has to wait for it. Now it's recycled. Now I can take another picture because of the flash. So now I take a third picture. Son of a gun. There's close up. There's smaller ones that are like about this big around. And then there's smaller ones that just look like bubbles. But they're all a sapphire blue. They're all beautiful. And some of them you can see through, and some of them you can't. But there are all these orbs around me, and the voice in my head saying, these are the ancients. These are the old ones. And they wanted to introduce themselves to you. And I wanted to introduce myself to you so that you would know what I sounded like when I come to see you. And I was like, what? When I come to see you in the future. So I'm standing there now. I'm freaking out. I'm trying to hold my calm. I'm trying to like, oh, this is all groovy and I've studied for this for a long time. But my insides were like, this motherfucker is talking to me in my head. And I can see the orbs moving around when I take the pictures. And this is all real. He's going to be talking to me. And my friend Marcia in the car, bless her heart, bless she gone, was like, yes, I can hear him too. Shut up and just listen. Well, so she's passed now and hasn't helped with any, information from the other side. But a little while back, and it's been more than a couple of months, and it's probably last year at least, that I had this feeling, right? I'm just sitting around minding my own business, thinking about different things, how much I'd like to go back up to Serpent Mound, how it affected me, but how I really wasn't ready for it, and how I found out there's another effigy mound that's much lesser known up there in Ohio, to the east of Columbus. It's like almost due north of Serpent Mound in Ohio. But I'd like to go back there and see that because there's a neighborhood around it, but there is history in the ground around it. So I would like to go and see it and experience what the ground feels like, what the energy of the ground feels like. What can I pick up? What empathy can I feel with Mother Earth? So, but in those of us, for myself included, and as Cliff High says, and I agree with him, you don't choose to be a shaman. You are chosen to be a shaman. I didn't choose this. I accepted it and I continued to work on it, and I don't poo poo it or whatever. In my shaman journey, I have seen things that people would just never believe. That didn't really happen to you. Yes, it did. You mean you survived a blah, blah, blah? Yep. You mean you went? Yep. I mean, I spent 3.5 days on the river in August. Oh, this would, oh, oh, this would actually be like an anniversary, like right now, of the when those 3 days were on the river. Oh, that's interesting. Brought it up from a deep memory, but the lessons that I learned and seeing my spirit lift out of my body and go walking through the well, it was a dry swamp. We were in a drought. And so I saw myself walking with two entities, through the woods. And they just said, lay back, we'll be back. So people said, well, you were just imagining, you were hallucinating it. But I still remember it like being real to this day, and the feeling and seeing it, and that you kind of had to been there. So yeah, I um, have seen things and experienced things, and try to explain to people. Listen, if you say, oh, that can't happen, be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you say. "Oh, that'll never happen." All right. Well, I just don't believe that it could be that. Okay, just saying. So, but whether or not your spirit is intended to be a shaman or not, whether you're supposed to follow or understand the spiritual side of the earth, it don't hurt. Okay, you don't have to be a shaman. You don't have to just do anything special or go eat a bunch of mushrooms, and don't have to do none of that. Okay, it's this that you can sit quietly and accept nature for what nature is. Ooh, look, there's a squirrel. Ain't that cool? Not that you want to own the squirrel. I'm going to lure that squirrel over here to talk to me, and I'm going to lure it over here, and I'm going to train it to take food out of my hand. And I'm going to lure that squirrel and any of its kin and all of its friends in the neighborhood how to come over here and take food out of my hand. And what you do is you sit there without anything and allow the squirrel to come to you just because you're you. Not because you have food, not because you're trying to lure it, but the squirrel comes over to see and be with you and walk up to you because of curiosity. And they're curious about your aura. Now, if you a mean some bitch, they ain't coming near you. All right. If you a mean, ugly some bit, ugly in the maybe not facial or whatever, but ugly in that you just ugly to people. You argue, you fight, you push, you shove. You ugly. You a bully. So the squirrels ain't gonna just want to come up and chat with you. Now, if they do, that means that you're a liar and a fake. Okay, what do you mean? If you're truly evil, as you're trying to portray your persona of yourself, people think you're a bully and you're pushing it on. Oh, okay. But now that squirrel comes up to you and just comes up and goes, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?" And you're sitting there by the tree, and you might be grumbling or whatever, and you look down at the squirrel, and you don't try to shoo it away. You go, "Just come here." Now, but you're a bully. You're the evil bastard. Well, you must not be too evil. Why do you say that, Hawkeye? Because the squirrel can smell and sniff your aura. And so you can be putting out this bully thing to folks because for whatever reason you think you might have to be that person. But I need to put something else in this here. Yeah, because we coming up on a 20, and I'm going to share it with you. It's been 3 hours. Holy crap. I'm trying my best not to do long videos, but I'm here yakking with you, and there are folks sitting here, and it's like, and I really do want to kind of continue along this line, but but in this, um, what we put out into the universe is absolutely going into the quantum field, because the quantum field, remember, is all around us like smoke, and there is knowledge in the quantum field. So I remember as an engineer, there'd be a problem on the line, and I'd go, man, I just don't know. And I could, this when I first started believing in the shaman way and believing in the energy of the universe and that there were answers for anything out there, right? So it made me good as an engineer that four other engineers lost their jobs and they kept me. And I'm not lying, it's the truth. So it was because I could go outside and walk around the parking lot and hit my bowl a couple of times and go, okay, now here's my problem. I know I've got a problem with such and such. So I'm walking around and I'm just, so this machine's down and we've checked this and we've done that over there, and we've done, I'm sort of rocking in place, and I'm walking. I got one eye open, the other eye closed, and I'm thinking, and I'm just asking, say, we went through all these things, and blah, blah, and then all of a sudden, ding, maybe you should change out this to make sure that that part isn't bad. Did you do that? No. Well, it's a brand new part. Yeah, but it doesn't mean it's good. Well, that's true. So we took the brand new part out, checked it, it was wrong, and put in a good part. It went to work good. So all I did was walk around the parking lot. How did you fix the machine, Dave? How did you know? Intuition. I asked the universe, what could be wrong? Walked around the parking lot, being calm and steady, went back in and fixed the problem in 10 minutes. Well, 20 minutes. It took 10 minutes to walk to the shop. But we had the machine down and this and that. And by the time the operator got out from lunch, we had the problem fixed and the machine was up and running. So, and I'm bragging about this only because I'm telling you that when these types of problems came up, how I was so good at my job is that I would go and ask the universe, what's wrong? Have you checked this? Actually, no. Let me go check this. Son bitch, you're right. Thank you, universe. Hundreds of times now, okay? I don't mean once or twice. I mean, over the years that I was at Prestolite, I fixed a bunch of stuff daily. Something was off somewhere in the plant. And it was my job as the lead engineer for that stuff to make sure that I took care of it. And I did. But I was so damn good at it, it was because of my intuition. So does it work? Absolutely. You got to believe, though. You got to use it. You got to accept it and believe. You hear me talk about that all the time. And it's almost at 20. So, in this great big world of stuff, the new thing I want to pass along to you, puff, puff, pass, is the new God thing in the quantum, in our solar system, and in our galaxy and the universe. Coming right up. Part two. I might should shut this off and do a separate video. What is that? Stalker yoke or what? Ain't good. Not only did I miss you, but what? But my late night yakking buddy has recently retired from being my late night yacker. Oh, I understand. You late night yacker. Me too. See, and my late night yakker's dead. Uh, Actually, more than one, but so I got nobody in the middle of the night. And I used to have folks, that would call me in the middle of the night. And they passed away. So now the calls in the middle of the night are not on the phone. The phone calls that I get now are quantum phone calls in my head with the third eye, like this one. Okay. Now I'm listening to this gentleman. I can't remember, who this guy was, but they or guys, people. There was a lady in there too, physicist, scientist, right, studying the consciousness, studying the physics of physics and the consciousness, because there is the observer effect. So, you know, if they want to see what um an experiment's going to be like, they have to set up a double blind. In other words, they don't know when the test is going to start. So the observers won't interfere with the test by wondering when the test is going to start. I mean, so it has to do with the observer effect. It has to do with the people watching the experiment, watching to see what the outcome is. So all of this, well, where does it come from? Well, it's going into the ether. It's going into the quantum field. Well, what are you talking about? Well, we're standing here watching this experiment. We're watching this stuff bubble up, and there's six of us, three on each side of the table, and something happens and blah blah blah. Blah. And one by somebody said, "Well, that's never happened before." Well, what do you mean? Well, I just did this yesterday by myself, and it didn't bubble over. So now that there's six people watching the thing, and all of a sudden your experiment starts bubbling up, bubbling over. Well, that didn't happen. All you people need to go on the other side of the glass and quit watching my experiment, and let me try this again. And then all of a sudden the experiment starts acting normal. Normal to who? Normal to only one person observing the experiment. Uh-huh. So that this is a real life thing that they have to work around all the dang time now. Okay. So, there is the observer effect. It is there. What that observer effect is that energy is in the quantum field. It's in the energy between you and it, between you and me, between us, between everything. I've been talking about it. It's the cosmic goo that holds us all together. You know, it's a 20. Yep. Cheers. Cheers, my friends. So I'm watching this wonderful program. I can't remember what. I could go through my watched videos on YouTube and hunt them down and might be able to tell you. But they're in YouTube and they're basically about, you know, uh, the universe. Not so much about aliens in the universe, but about the universe and about how the planets were formed and about what their hypothesis of these certain things are and the the astrophysics, meaning the physics of the stars, right? And the architecture, archaeology, the study of things out there and what they may have been in the past and what, this planet might have looked like or anyway, so they're having this discussion about that, there are all of these planets and they all have their own frequencies and they're all in their own energy patterns. And the energy patterns, it's like Orion only looks like Orion from here. I'll say that again. The constellation Orion only looks like Orion, them three stars. It only looks like Orion from here, from our point of view, from our solar system in this galaxy. That's that's how we see those stars out there. But that's not how they really are. Okay? They're offset, one's over here and one's back over here. They're not they're only in a line from how we look at it. So then someone comes up and they said this thing, time immemorial. Time immemorial. What does that mean? Time, since we can remember time, immemorial, and we're remembering time, we're immortalizing time, something that happened a long time ago. We're going to immortalize it in time. Okay, so this is what the discussion is, that something has happened somewhere back in the back, but that maybe it's time that we remember it and maybe build a statue or maybe even put a plaque up to acknowledge that we in 2025 understand this shit, and here it is, and here's a plaque to tell anybody in the future, hey, we passed the test, we understand this, and here's a plaque in bronze or brass or copper and cuneiform, okay, but here it is. And so anybody in the future can look back and go, son bitch, they got it. And if the people in the future didn't get it, they will walk by and go, look at this plaque, honey. What are they talking about? Such and such and such and such. What the hell is that? What are these people talking about? And then 100 years later, there are people that go by and go, oh my God, oh, this wondrous thing, the words that are put upon this copper plate that is here in front of us to discover. And if you're a ghost of the past and you look at them and you go, dumbass, it's been 1,000 years and you still ain't learned this shit, but you wrote it down. We as a collective write it down now that we have achieved this understanding. We understand because it's pretty simple. Our consciousness and the cosmic goo and the quantum field, which is all around us. I have to keep reminding you that it's all around us all the time. So that if I want to communicate with you, I can just have a certain thought and think it to you. It goes across the quantum instantly. When my granny was alive, I've talked about this, I know, but she was the one that I could communicate with just like that. And she back to me. So long ago, like I've said, it has proven to me that shit works. But you have to have two people that are open to being able to transfer a phone call, if you will. Like usually it's a short message like, call me. Or I'm going to call you to see how you're doing was grandma's thing, right? I'm calling you to see how you're doing. Too late. I picked up the phone before you could finish the phone call because I'm calling from here down to Florida. It's happened too many times. So this has happened. We have this communication. We know other things. With other people, I have felt these same things. Um, have one person who came to see me from Miami while I was in jail came up to see me, found me. I still don't know how. And if Barry, if you're out there, you know who I'm talking about. Um, but but she somehow found me while I was in jail, and somehow wheedled the staff to allow me to talk to her out of any kind of whatever. Who is she? She's a friend of mine. She wants to talk to you. Yeah, but so wait till regular day for. No, I need to see him now. I'm up for Miami, and I gotta. And so, because she was in really short shorts and a halter top that she was barely in, that these men allowed her to see me, and I'm so glad they did. But anyway, so and that's the truth. But intuition. She came up to see me while I'm in jail because she wanted my intuition with a problem she was having. And she needed to connect with me because anytime I used to do palm readings with her, and I would just hold her hands and close my eyes and then tell her what I saw. All right. And I was in a 90% bracket. Was the reason she came up from Miami to Tampa and literally pulled me out of jail, which I can't believe they let me out. But and why are you here? Because I need your advice, David. I need your sage advice. I'm in fucking jail. Can you not see me behind bars here? And but I know. I'm sorry about that, but I need your help. Can you give me your. I never heard from her again. I don't think she took my advice. A lovely lady, very smart, but I don't think she took my advice. I have had a bad feeling about that for a while. So, and the reason I say that is because I've been here on this property for 42 years. And she knew I lived in Moultrie. She knew I was from up here. Her grandmother was from Moultrie. She used to live in Moultrie herself. And that if she wanted to find me, talk to me, otherwise look me up, all she had to do was look me up in the phone book in Moultrie. And she hasn't, not yet at least. So she might have been put in jail somewhere because of some of the stuff she was in. But anyway, I don't think she followed my advice. But other folks I used to do palm readings with, which was usually through empathy, let me, or give me something of yours and let me hold it and I'll tell you a story. And used to go to the bars and I had a front man and Joey would go up to some girls and go, "Hey, you want to have your palm read? This guy's really good. You want to know what your future is? He can give you a glimpse." I mean, he was good. And I would just be like, "Well, now don't be talking like that. Hey, how you doing? But you really read palms? Yeah, I really do. How good are you? Well, you be the judge of that." And there, one of the times I mentioned something to the lady, and I was holding something or something, and she said, "What?" And she got up off of her stool and took a half step back and slapped the fudge out of me. About knocked me to the floor. "How did you know that?" And I said, "You asked me to read your palm." Now, how do I know what I was doing was real? And here's what I can tell you now from then, okay? Looking at the past, what went on, how could I do what I did, does. There are times when when my my gift is remote viewing. I had this item from this girl, and there was a bunch of emotion attached to this item. I can't remember what. But as I was holding this item and talking about this item is such and such, and it's been a sound, ding, and I feel somebody else is in this, and blah, 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 and then what? Smack, and give me back that thing. Who told you? You've been sneaking around my house. I mean, these folks were, I hit the nail more on the head than I really intended, but I didn't know what I saw or felt. But I was so damn good with strangers, not with people that I knew and guessing at shit, but I mean strangers never met in a bar. Here's an item. What do you feel? And then they slap me. you know, I'm I'm like that if I know I'm in no longer gonna have someone in my life or no longer communicate with them. I I have the want to see them or spread one last time with them we before we go our separate ways. Yeah. There are several people who have passed recently within the last couple of years that I thought I was going to get a message from beyond just because we had talked about it. Well, if I go before you, I'll send a message from beyond. Okay. Just I've gotten messages from folks from beyond before, and it's usually like their face will be like really present in my mind, and I will hear a statement like, hey Dave, such and such and such and such. Oh man, that's you, Brian, ain't it? Oh, son of a gun, or I've sort of gotten some smiles from my brother, but not a communication. So the fact that his they burned his body and turned him into ashes, it does some stuff to the energies. And so, and Danny, we had talked about interdimensional beings and things, so it's not like we had never discussed it, you know. So if he was out there wandering around in the universe and was like didn't know what to do and he couldn't find any place to go fishing, he might go, I wonder what Dave's up to. I wonder if he ever goes fishing again. Well, I wonder if, so, and that's from the other side. So, me talking about him now might be him talking to me. See, that's how sometimes that works. So, if I want to talk to my brother, I talk about him. We used to go camping. We almost got froze to death together. We got stuck up in North Georgia, almost in North Carolina, in the corner up there, in a place that don't even exist on the freaking map. And we were there, stuck on the mountain, you know, had to push the truck off the side of the mountain. Literally, it had to go down the mountain without us. And we went down about almost 100 feet to get to where the truck ended up. And then we had to dig it out of the mud on top of the mountain that nobody knew we were there, with a road that was washed out so badly it wasn't even a road anymore. Yes, we were there. I'll smoke one for my brother. But see, the memory of that in certain ways brings him back in my head because, we couldn't turn the truck off because the tailpipe was underwater. We had to dig out this big, huge water, big puddle we were in. I mean, the whole truck was in the puddle, and the whole truck was up, you know, halfway up the wheels, And the back end, the tailpipe was under the water, blah, 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 blah. Couldn't turn it off, so we had to let it run. And so, oh my God. And it was cold. There was ice floating on top of the puddle we were in. It was freezing. It was 28 degrees outside on top of that mountain that day. But we survived. We pulled it together. We literally used, because we had talked about it. And he was like, "We're the Knoll brothers. We can do anything." In a lot of ways, we could. We survived that time on the mountain, and it was tough. It ain't no joke. Well, Dave, you made it. No, you don't understand. It was tough. No, well, you guys made it, and it must have not been anything. No, you don't understand. We had to push the truck off the mountain and then dig it out. You're not listening to me. How many people push their truck off the side of a mountain to get it down the mountain? Not many. Well, so your story, well, that's interesting. I don't think you get it. But anyway, that's cool. But my point is, we survived it. My point is, we adapted. My point is, that was energy that me and my brother put into the quantum. It was 28 degrees for the high that day. And we're in water. I had to kneel down in the water, so it was almost up to my chest. In order to get the jack under the truck, to jack it up to get the tailpipe out of the water. And I have to get this jack under the truck, so I'm literally under the water up to here. Freezing water with ice cubes in the water, 28 degrees outside. And we survived without catching hypothermia, because what we did was, I'm going to think about this. I'm going to, and Danny was in the Navy, and he goes, I'm in the Navy and I got my booties on, and we train for this kind of thing. And we just got to tough up through it. We didn't know at the moment that it was only 28 degrees. We found that out 3 days later. But the water with the ice in it was obvious, and it was really cold. And the fact that after going in the water a couple of times, I couldn't feel the water wasn't cold anymore. Now I'm breathing out smoke, you know, we're pushing out smoke and all this stuff, and we're dripping with water. And, we're literally crawling in the water to get the jack under the truck. And I mean, oh my God, that we made it. And then we had to push the truck off the side of the mountain and then dig it out, which was muddy and water and a whole nother thing. And we were still cold, and then the sun went down, and then it got colder, and then it got into the teens, and we were still wet and soggy, and we're still not cold. I mean, it was like 20 degrees outside. We're soaking wet. I got a t-shirt on. We're knee deep in mud. I've bent down. I'm kneeling down in the mud, cold ass water, and the truck went down the mountain sideways and landed with its front wheels. Here's the edge of the mountain, and the nose was over the edge of the mountain, and the wheels were right here. And so we had to dig it back out of the mud and the water, huge mud puddle, right? And turn the truck the right way to go the rest of the way down the mountain. So because it was muddy and watery and everything, but we could start the truck, but we couldn't move it because it was stuck. So we had to do all the moving and everything by getting in the water and using the jack. And we found a log and we'd push the truck one side and we swung it around. I mean, it was ingenious what we did. And then when we got to the bottom of the mountain, it's like 10 o'clock at night, And we're starting to get cold now because we've been working all freaking day coming down this mountain. And, we got to start a fire. And then we got to, like, get our wet clothes off, what we didn't have much clothes on at the time. Um, but then do the fire dance and get yourself warm and start getting your clothes dried. But the whole experience is like it was absolutely like if God had said, "You two are going on a quest, and your quest is that mountain right there, and you're going to go up it. Not too, it wasn't too bad going up. So we got up towards the top and it leveled off, and it wasn't but one big mud puddle after another, and we kept getting stuck, and we kept getting, and we were doing the best we could to not get stuck, and then all of a sudden the mountain disappeared, and we couldn't turn around and go back. We had to keep going because when you turned around and looked back, you went, no, no, no. You'd look back up that mountain and go, no. I know we just come from there, but no, we can't turn this truck around and go back up there. There's no way. We'll never get the truck up there. It's too muddy. There's no road. How are we going to get the truck up there? So you turn around and go, ain't but one way, and that's down. And off the side of the cliff, we push this truck. With me trying to hold on going down. I mean, it's like 100 feet down to something. It was a big deal. Anyway, okay, enough of that. But but to my point though, that's a true story, and I can bring my brother back to life by feeling what it was like to be in that icy cold water. To have my real brother, no, we're the Nell brothers. We got this. We can fight through it. Ooh, 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 and him being Navy and retired Navy, and him, ooh, 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 we got this. Okay. And toughing it through. And it was a tough situation. So I'm saying to all you, this chaos that's going on now, like I was showing earlier, 3 hours ago, here's all this traffic going by you right here. What you need to do is just step back on the sidewalk a bit and maybe find an alley. And you ain't got to go down the alley. You just got to step into the edge of it. And like I'm sitting here right now, and there's the edge and the light, I'm just going to watch this stuff go by me. Now, with that said, there are several folks who've been pulling cards and talking about this. And you say, Dave, well, you're talking about this. How good of an idea is this? Well, there are other folks talking about it, not just me. I'm just here as a messenger to tell you, calm down in this chaos. I'm not ordering you to do anything, but I'm strongly suggesting if you want to survive the chaos, you got to calm down. Because the more you're agitated, you can't see the truth of things. You can't see the truth. Your energy's being interrupted. You're seeing things in the quantum that may not be meant for you. In other words, there are things that I've talked to other people too, but I was the king daddy of it, creating shit that wasn't there and putting it in my thoughts into the quantum. Like, oh my God, we're having a meeting tomorrow, and them guys from Honda, they're going to chew us out. We're going to do this. And I'd lay awake at night, man, all this stuff from Honda. And I've been working on all these projects, and I didn't get all the paperwork done, and I got to report to it into them, and da, 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 da. Then you find out the guys come in and go, so very much. You working on plan? Yes. How much you got done? Well, I'm almost here. Good, you almost done. Well, when you finish, you send us in the rest. Okay, so you didn't chew me out? Just good, you almost done. Yep. Good, you almost done. Yes, sir. And why aren't you done? Good, you're almost done. Yes, sir. Like 5 pages out of 100-page report. Yeah, I'm gotta wrap things up and the thingy and hit print. Okay, dokie. where I thought, was going to get hung out to dry, and you almost done print it out when you're done. And they were there for a couple of days, and I was able to print it out before they left, and we were done. They went over it. They were happy. Couple of minor errors like words and things and stuff, and just, I mean, like stupid stuff, like, you know, the word find was misspelled as fond or fiend or something. Anyway, so you'd be reading along in the report, there'd be this word is spelled. What is that word? And somehow the whoever was writing that part of the report was using correct spell check, and it, because sometimes when you're trying to discuss a process, the smart AI will not know what you be talking about. And that's another thing why people do. How come you don't think AI is going to take over? Because there are things that people know about, little tiddly bits of stuff. See, like using the word tiddly bits. If AI ain't never heard about tiddly bits, if AI has never had to pick up tiddly bits of things off the floor, or tiddly bits of something out in the woods, or something, when we was done, there was the only thing that was left was some tiddly bits. Well, what are you talking about? Well, if you've never been at a family barbecue and never seen all the biscuits going, and the only thing that's left are these little tiddly bits of them biscuits in the bottom of the plate. Well, but can you quantify them? No. But are they there? Oh yeah, because you could scoop them up like this and munch on them, and have and scoop up a little bit of honey to go with it. But tiddly bits. So is AI going to know what tiddly bits are? Is it going to be able to understand the true meaning of tiddly bits or anything similar like it? And I say the answer is no, because AI would have to be able to feel it. And I don't mean just with the fingers. I mean, you have to feel what tiddly bits are. You have to be able to recognize them for what they are. Are they crumbs? Not all the time. Yes, there are crumbs, but that don't mean that crumbs are always tiddly bits. So it's like, what? Well, it's because if there's some cake, and it might be a carrot cake, and it was a big old 3-layer carrot cake made by the best carrot cake maker in the county, maybe 2 counties, because Cook County's small. So maybe in 2 counties. And so she bakes this 3-layer, you know, uh, red strawberry cake with, that special topping icing on top, and when the end of that cake is done and the last piece is taken, there will be tiddly bits of cake. How do I know? Because who made the cake? And that I'm going to want a piece of that cake and it's all gone, and the only thing left is them little crumbly things, them tiddly bits left in the plate. So I got to mooch them up and eat them like that to get a piece of that cake. So, but now, is there any way, shape, or form in the world that AI is going to be able to understand that? So there are lots of things in the human psyche of stuff like tiddly bits that AI is going to go, what? And I told you earlier on, 2 hours ago, at least, that there are some people who are teaching AI some bad things so that AI will understand what bad things are, so that AI can compare, oh, these are bad things. holding your child's head underwater until it quits wiggling. Bad thing, giving giving that child a towel when you pull it out of the water. Good thing, unless it's dead. Well, you can still wrap it up, but anyway, so it's like, so what's good? So they're trying to teach the AI good by giving it bad things to compare it to. Does that make sense to you? That's our reality. That's the chaos we're in. They want to drag you in. And if I think about that one too much, I just want to go, oh no, sort of like doing a lurch thing from Adam's family. But so, but in the grand scheme of things, there are still folks like me who still work as much as possible in the positive. So, yeah, there's some crappy things going on all around, but we have to maintain our positivity. We got to, because it's not that there are demons and things that are trying to knock us out, but they can't do it. Why? Why can't the demons in them succeed now? This is how you calm down. After 3 hours and 36 minutes, giving you the secret of life here. The demons have lost because too many of us woke up. All you got to do is look around you and see that too many of us woke up. Why? We won the election. Too many of us woke up. There are too many people that understand that the way things were not working. There are too many of us who have turned the corner and said, I'm going to speak out and say, I don't like this stuff. If it's stupid, I'm going to say so. But now, on the same turn, hopefully, the conservative people can raise their hand and go, wait a minute, wait, hang on a minute. And in a polite way, disagree. Where the lefties are going bat crap crazy. These folks are going so crazy. It's unbelievable that human beings would act this way. I mean, they're standing up for rapists and murderers and child molesters, and they're standing up for white beaters, and they're standing up for theft and violence and what? See, I heard something and I was like, I wonder if that really happened, or I wonder if somebody else was thinking about it. Because in one of my podcasts way back when they first started deporting them, I said, what if they just flew them out over the ocean and let them try to swim back to their favorite country by going 100 miles offshore and shoving them out the back of a C-40 or pick your cargo plane, right? And I was halfway joking, but halfway serious. Because if these folks are murderers and rapists, why are we trying to send them anywhere but back to hell? What good are these? Because they're going to do it again because they've proven it. Some of these folks have been caught 3, 4, 5, 6 times. Attempted murder, battery, this, what? No, shove them out the back of an airplane. Bye. You know, Here's a little pillow you can hang on to. If you can float your ass back to anywhere, good, then God wants you to live. If not, you're food for for the sharks. But that's cruel, is it? Is that really cruel? Shove them out an airplane? Let them swim back? Well, you could be put in this pen down in Alligator Alley, which I want to tell those crazy Democrats who are bitching about it, that I was in prison. Prison is when you are behind Bars. Pay attention, you dumbasses. When you're in prison, you are behind bars. All right, so there is a chain link fence. So it's not bars, but you're still behind something. Yep. The areas that I've seen about Alligator Alley, their bunks were nicer than the bunks we had. And that was in the jail, the maximum, um, place in Tampa. And so it's like, those are really nice bunks. And for those folks out there about toilets, in the every toilet in every jail. Now, some of them were made out of concrete back in the day. They were so old, but that all toilets have a sink on them. You want to drink water, you got to straddle the toilet and hold the button down. Because if you let go of the button, no water will come out. So everybody in a prison cell, anywhere that has water in their rooms, and it's usually at the toilet. If you want to drink of water, you can slurp water from the back of the toilet, reach down, and suck some out when you push that button. You want to take a dump? There is no toilet seat. There is no curtain. There is no shade. There is no nothing. There is no panel. There is no. You want to take a dump? You sit down in front of God and everybody, and you take a dump. And you'll hold it as long as you have to, but eventually it won't matter. You'll just drop your doors and take a dump because nobody wants to watch you take a freaking dump. Nobody cares. And when Joe takes a dump, and it got to be the point after 6 months of being in jail, it was like, well, he's on the toilet. Oh, well, while you're on the toilet, I'll go sit on the other one, and we'll smoke a cigarette and we'll have a powwow and have a chat. We'll be sitting on the john just smoking a cigarette, you know. And it's like, what the fuck? I didn't mean to cuss, sir. I'm trying my best not to cuss. But it's 4 hours in, and I gotta quit soon. But to the point of this, jails are behind bars. So the fact that these jails had partitions that were clear, which means, guess what? The air could circulate between them. When I was in jail, there was no air conditioner. When I was on my rack at night, it was so flippin' hot and muggy in there. There was no air. And this was in a jailhouse in Tampa, downtown Tampa, in the jailhouse, and not and no air. Couldn't feel a breeze. You're sitting there middle of the night, sweating all over. I mean, it's horrible. And it's like 85 degrees, and there's no movement, no nothing, and you're trying to sleep, and then you got to get up and go downstairs in the morning and go, make stuff for lunch and supper for 600 people. But then I'd go downstairs and I would go sit in the freezer. I would. I'd have my apron on and my trusty white pants and my trusty white shirt, and I'd go in there and sit in the freezer, which was set down to like 20 degrees because it had to freeze. But anyway, so I'd go in there and sit. So, but to the point where these people who are complaining about these poor guys that are, been sent down there to, oh my God, to prison and Alligator Alley. Well, having seen the facility and the pictures and all, having been in prison myself, having been through situations, I've been in not just the one prison, I've been in this jail and that jail. I was in the jail in, in Day City. Let's see, what was the other jail I was in? Ice come around. Um, but to the point that, I've been in several jails and the jails are all the same. Now, there are so many people in a certain amount of space. that's this wide. You got a bunk, you got a toilet with a sink on the back and a door. That's it. Then you go to the next one that's this wide, two bunks, toilet and a sink in the back, and the next one. So they're all the freaking same. Now, sometimes you have one toilet with four people, but you still got the walls. Now, whether them walls are made out of bars, made out of bamboo, or made out of chain link fence, and the fact that these ones that I saw in Alligator Alley, they were taking a tip from the guys in El Salvador, where instead of building walls between all the cells with the prisoners in it, they had fence. And you say, well, that's cruel. No, it ain't. They could see each other. But the other thing is, they could circulate the air inside a building like that better than they can when you have individual cells that are locked up because the air never circulated in there. So I would say that, somebody said, oh, can't believe how they designed them. Actually, from a prisoner's standpoint, having the open air of those chain link fences with the air conditioning system that they had set up in there, oh, I'd take them chain link fences anytime. Well, what about privacy? If you're locked inside some walls with 15 guys, like I was, like what was the standard, sometimes we'd get 20, which meant some guys had to sleep on the floor with their head between the toilets, because there wasn't enough room for us all. There wasn't enough bunks. And that was in the Tampa, the Tampa, the jail, the Hillsborough County Jail. So, um, overcrowded is overcrowded, but so they cry and whine and go, but have you been to a real jail? Have you been to where they stack people on top of each other? Yeah, they're not, they're concrete walls instead of chain link fence. What's the difference? A lot. There's no air conditioner, or there's no air flowing around in between them concrete block walls. There's a toilet in the back and some water. That's all you got. And you're lucky if you get toilet paper. You do. You gotta save that stuff. If you get a paper napkin, you gotta pick it up and save it. Because that paper napkin is gonna turn into toilet paper or something else. So yeah, buddy. But so anyway, having been in jail and having been through that stuff, these folks that are whining about, the water fountain on the sink on the back of the toilets, they're stainless steel 1 unit toilets. That's how they make them. And these folks need to shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, there I went cussing again. But they just need to hush up. They don't know what they're talking about. Go to any jail, that's what it's like. Go to solitary confinement, there's a toilet and that's got a sink on the back and a bunk. That's it. Oh my god, oh my god. Yeah, and you might not get a shower. You might have to bathe yourself out of that little sink. No towel, no nothing, just the clothes you got on. So you take your clothes off to use your t-shirt for like a washcloth. And then you wet one side of your washcloth of your t-shirt, and then depending on how wet you get, then you use the other side of your t-shirt to use as a towel. And the bottom line is with that, I'll leave that subject. I knew when I did something wrong and I knew when I trespassed. And if I was in somebody's property or on somebody's property without permission, I was trespassing. Therefore, I was breaking the law. These folks are guilty of trespassing in the biggest degree. along with committing crimes as they have trespassed. Now I know the Lord's Prayer, as they have trespassed against us, and lead us not into temptation. But we can't forgive a murderer. We can't forgive these pedo types. We can't forgive that kind of stuff. Nope, they got to go. For our human race to make it to go to the next dimension, we have to deal with these crazy people. That is not an acceptable behavior. Not only should you not stop it, maybe we ought to just take you out. Out of the airplane you go. I'm sorry. We do not wish for you to interact with the population any longer. You have lost your card carrying I'm a human being. No, you're not. What'd you do? Well, I raped this girl and killed her. Nope, you're not a human being anymore. You get to go out the back of the airplane. And what about you, sir? Well, I p-diddled a child coming out of it. And where's your human card? Yeah, but nope. Snatch that bitch away. You're not human anymore. Hey, Charlie, he's the next one. Out the back of the plane you go. But I didn't hurt nothing. But you hurt that child. Yeah, but I didn't kill him. No, but you hurt that child. Yeah, but all I was doing was out the back, Charlie. That's all. That's all you did. Well, you know, eat pavement. I would at least slow down enough to where when you hit the water, you wouldn't splat. Um, because if you slowed down to like 100 miles an hour going out over the ocean, and you're tossing folks out the back of the plane. Is Lucky here? Did I see him come in? And so you're tossing these nasty folks out the back of the airplane, never to harm anyone again. And, is there anybody saying, no, save that rapist? No, we can't do this to him. What? No, he might have killed your sister, but we can't do this to him. Out the airplane you go. So it's like there are people now who have had enough, and they're ready to chunk people out the back of the airplane. But not just anybody, okay? Not just anybody. They really, truly have picked up some mean, bad, nasty, evil people. So rather than cage them up like animals, you simply take them on a plane ride. That's all. Did they get to El Salvador? Oh, no, son of a bitch. That plane flew upside down, and all the prisoners fell out of their seats and then slipped out of the back of that cargo plane. I'm sorry, but we threw a couple of them some life preservers, but since we're not a flotation device and we were 300 miles off the coast and all our gear was upside down when we by God, I think angels intervened and the devil tried to take over the airplane and where are all the prisoners in the ocean? How'd they get there? Well, the plane, it flew upside down and they all came out of their seats and they all got whooshed out the back of the plane. It was all the devil's fault. And we couldn't help they fell out of their seats. Well, didn't you tell them to wear their seatbelts? There ain't no seatbelts in there. What? Yeah, we took seatbelts out for the trip, What? Well, we knew it was a one-way trip, so we took all the seatbelts out. What? Yeah, and then some bad guy turned the airplane upside down, and then they all fell out, and then with their handcuffs and everything, and then Oh my God. And then the plane went into like straight up, and almost everybody fell out of the airplane. They were screaming and clutching at things. And, we had to kick a couple of them to turn them loose, but they all made it to the ocean okay. You know, we all gave them a PFD. I'm sure that they could float. Well, how high up off the ocean were you? Oh, about 2,000 feet. How fast were you going? Oh, we were going, I can't tell you how many knots. I always get that messed up. We was going about 175 miles an hour if you was doing land speed. About 175, yeah, over 150. So you're flying over the ocean over 150 miles an hour, and you toss some folks out with a life preserver. Yep. And what did you say after that? Good luck. Good luck. You know, I mean, we circled around. They all made it to the ocean. You know, good luck. They had them, you pulled a little thing and it inflates your PFD. Well, they all had one. So when they hit the water, it would whoosh. So they're all floating down there. I'm not sure if they're alive or not. Oh, look, there's some sharks. Oh, look down there. Hey, Joe, look. What do you want about the one in the orange vest is going to go first? Nope, nope, nope. It's that wimpy little guy. They just took him under. But watching from the airplane now, mind you. So, but that's cruelty. What's cruelty is the guy that chased down this white girl in Georgia and beat her up and, you know, horribly raped her and then killed her. Um, but he's just supposed to be like, stay in jail, we'll feed him, we make sure that he gets a clean set of jammies every once in a while. But and if you're lucky, we'll send him back down south. And if he's lucky, they'll just get off the plane and turn him loose. And so he can do whatever he wants to do after that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That sounds like a good idea. Good idea. I say drop them out of the airplane in the middle of the Everglades before they get to Alligator Alley. Oh my God, the plane. Oh, it opened up the doors and all the prisoners fell out. Where? Oh, about 20 miles this side of Alligator Alley. What? Yeah, we lost 50 prisoners. Just fell out of the damn airplane. And where'd you say? Oh, about 25 miles this side of Alligator Alley. And so where does that put them? Oh, in the middle of the Everglades. You know, in the middle. Well, not in the middle of the. They got swamp all over, and there's reptiles and there's just alligators, and there's no place to land, man. And they're so far in there, you can't get an airboat, and well, if any of them make it out, that'll be something, won't it? Well, how high off the Everglades were you? Oh, about 1,500 feet. What? Yeah, we gave him a PFD. What? Well, that PFD, that's as much chance as you gave that child that you pedophile. So out the airplane you go. You you took that woman and you beat her head in and then you out the airplane. Bye. Jump. I ain't gonna push you. You gonna jump. I'm gonna make you jump. I got a cattle prod. Zzz, out this airplane you go, buddy. So now what? So do we save those prisoners? I have been handcuffed to some murderers, honestly. When I was in the Hillsborough County maximum thingy, going to court. There's this huge, giant Paul Bunyan black man with arms as big as my body, at the time at least. Hey, white boy, if I tell you to run, you gonna run. And he's got me by the back of the neck, right? And we're sitting ready in this big bullpen area, right? We all got our skivvies on because we're going to court, and we all got to look halfway decent, but we're all chained up, you know. And so he grabs the back of my neck. You understand what I'm talking about, boy? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll run. You tell me to run, I'll run. I can run good, you know. We didn't run, thank you, Jesus. But that was his third time being up for murder. First degree murder, the first time that got dropped to second degree, a technicality. He had a 10-year sentence. He served like 3 years and got out on some kind of technicality. Was out 6 months, was in a fight, and killed a guy, second degree, because it wasn't premeditated, so it was second degree murder. And he'd served like 3 years for that one. So now this was his third time up for murder. Murder. Not beating up somebody or, no, no, no. Killed someone. Third time. So I'm chained to him when he tells me to run. So, but the moral of that story is you look up and down and you go, this guy has killed 3 people? I'm chained to, all I did was some drugs, man. I feel like Arlo Guthrie on the Group W bench. I'm sitting there with this guy going, I didn't do anything near what you did. I did not even harm a person. You killed 3 people. This is not the same thing. Why am I chained to you? You killed people. I didn't. Why am I chained to you? It's 220 because that's the law. That's justice. Why not? That's justice, right? So, in my conversation with you about this crazy stuff, there's been a lot of confusion and a lot of other chaos before. Now, I'm just pointing out little things in my life, but these things are true, and that they have happened, and that I was talking with Barry yesterday, I think it was, and I was like, I was in prison, I got busted down to back to population. They took away my trustee award, and I was there in population. And on the third day, he rose from the dead. I know this is sort of a bad way to, but on the third day, Castleberry came down the hall to get me. No, get your goddamn ass up and come with me. And he talked. It was real gruff and talked like that all the time, even in his soft voice. He was like, "No, you do a good job, man. You be good. That's why I keep you in the kitchen." And no, get your damn ass. Okay, I could hear him down the hall. And so there's there's cell blocks on either side of the hall, and I'm on the left hand side, all the way down on the end. So Castleberry has to come all the way down to the end to get the guard to put the key in the door to open up the lock to get me out, right? Because I'm all the way down on the end. So, but all the way down, he's just cussing and fussing. So, but anyway, I went from being in the kitchen to being demoted from the kitchen to being put into the dining room of the kitchen, where all, which is like the prestigious place. It's sort of like Atlanta, at Aladdin. They have taken his head out of the chopping block and took him and made him a butler in the castle. That's sort of like that's what they did. They took me from population and literally made me a butler in the main dining room for the officers. So I'm still in the kitchen, still doing my thing for the Sarge, but when it comes time for dinner and lunch and breakfast, then I'm in the dining room serving the guards. So good job. I came out of population to the highest job in the kitchen, where I actually made money. I could stuff it in my sock and was good when I got out. So that was a good thing all around. But I never cheated anybody in that realm. But there was a time when Mr. Moffat, which I won't go into now, but one of the guards mistreated me, and he was the reason that I went to population because he busted me. But then later on, while being in the dining room, he was mistreating me in the dining room, and two sergeants saw what he did. So he got busted without pay and was kicked out of the dining room for like 2 months and was literally out of work for 2 weeks. And so when he came back in, boy, he was real nice to me. He avoided me at all costs. I didn't do nothing, he did. But karma came back and got him, you know? It's like, well, why didn't you stand up to him? I did. I need 2 days of rest. I figured if they wanted me, Castleberry, come get me, and he did. So all that forethought, thinking about it in the quantum. What's this story got to do with it, right? I asked the quantum, well, I asked the universe, what should I do in this situation? I'm in prison. I'm in lockdown. I'm facing 40 years well 20 years in jail, and I'm facing what do I do? Sit tight. But there's chaos. There's the judge. They busted me. I'm in population. Sit tight. But what about this and what about that? Sit tight. It's life still goes on. You still see things happening. Life still goes on, but because I was in population, nothing was going on in population. I was just sitting still. So had I been out of population, I would have been moving around, taking the trash out, blah, 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 blah. I'd have been going up and down. I'd been cutting meat. I'd been doing things. But being in population, nope, just had to stay in this one spot. Oh, I could move around within the cell block, but that wasn't much room. And you're sharing it with 15 other people, right? And and no walls, no nothing, you know. And that's where you're at. That's where you're living, and that's where you got to accept it. Because for whatever you did, you ended up there, right? So for whatever these goons did, whatever they trespassed. That's number one. And like I said, I have trespassed before on somebody else's property. Not a good thing. These folks trespassed not only onto somebody's property that they don't know, but also they have lied and cheated and stole from the government to get things that they needed, like money and this and food stamps, and whatever they got, housing, whatever they got. So, but they're here trespassing. They moved into my house, into our backyard. Nobody wanted them in the backyard. Nobody said that they could move into Aunt Jamie's house. Nobody said that they could, be thugs and that running around. And nobody said that. Wait a minute, who said we had to accept this crap? So now that it's turned around, and now that there are people who are going, nope. Now I have also watched the way some of these ICE members have chased some of these illegals down. And I don't like the way they slam them. I having been a prisoner, it's not necessary. If you've got me and I'm up against a vehicle, then okay, there's my hands, put me in the back. But you don't have to grab me and then slam me or get over here or push down here or the way I've seen some of these gung ho guys do. Those gung ho type dudes, somebody needs to weed them out. You can still tackle them, you can still arrest them, but you don't got to be that sling them, shove them, prove who's boss kind of thing. That's just not necessary. But they do it anyway, and I wish they'd stop that. Go ahead, run them down, but tackle them and say, "Okay, gotcha," and laugh about it. Carry him back. You're going home. Blah blah. Blah. But to be mean and want to punch him and do, unless the guy's fighting you. But I've seen them be rough with some peaceful people. Like, hey man, I'm not fighting, and the guy be like, hey, like that's not necessary. And whoever you are that's doing that roughy toughy stuff, somebody needs to report your ass because it was unnecessary. So I'm all for rounding folks up. I could not turn my friends in that I knew at the restaurant. They watched a thing where they raided a Mexican restaurant, and I'm like, yeah, there's several of them here in South Georgia. I wonder if you tried to raid any of these. I know they tried to do a raid in Colquitt County, and somebody ratted on the ICE agents. So it's like, what? So there are folks in our community who are working against. I mean, here in Colquitt County, that are working against ICE, that are warning people that they're coming. And like I just said, I don't know if I would rat on ICE or my friends at the restaurant, who all but one were illegal. Even those folk, even though Juan spoke English and wrote no everything, he was an illegal. So I would hate to see them get rounded up. Did they? Have they? They were in one of those Mexican restaurant raids, so I don't know. So they got smart to where they put guys in the front and guys in the back. But I got to tell you, them little wily Mexicans that I knew, they could they could run. I'm, I'm talking about these guys could run. Little short guys, and I'm not being mean. I'm being accurate. They're little short guys. Like 5 foot 5 foot tall. Me being 5'11", those 5 foot tall or less. Short guys. The good cooks work great in the kitchen, but run if they needed to. Lickety split. A dog would have trouble keeping up with that Mexican. Where's Chloe? You did not remind me to take my meds, and it's time. But it's also 4 hours and 14 minutes. I'm going to go with I'm going to go with 4:20, so it's 4 hours and 15 minutes. So smoke this bowl and say, stay out of the chaos. Don't ignore it, but stay out of it. Keep an eye on it, and if you got to go out in it, protect yourself. If you know that there's an octopus on 5th and Main, don't go down 5th or Main. You might want to go down 3rd or 2nd, or you might want to avoid going in that direction altogether until the octopus is gone. Now, there are things that you should pay attention to. So pay attention to the news to make sure you don't go somewhere and run into no damn dead gum octopus. You know what I mean? We don't want you going nowhere and having no monster try to eat you. You know? That big rock that's coming in, it's Mothra. Mothra, da 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 dum. You know, Chinese music, Japanese music, da 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 da, Mothra, Mothra. Okay. Ooh, look, that's not Uamua. No, that was 31 Atlas. Mothra. You know, okay. So that's out. Quit worrying about that, at least for now. Um, because at the moment it ain't gonna hit us. Oh, but what about the planetary alignment? The planets line up, I say all the time. Through the ages, the planets have lined up all the time. Now, I'm going to tag the end of this conversation with something that's going to blow your mind, that I'm going to have a separate conversation about. So, in learning about the quantum and trying to wrap this up about the quantum and thought, so forth, where does God exist? In what realm does God exist? Dave, what are you talking about? Well, all the gods that we have that are related to on this planet, written down, they all have to do with this planet. All the scrolls and talking about this, and the prophet's going to come, and his name is going to be, and everything. And that's okay. I have no issue with that. Okay, I don't. And is it true? Well, it looks like it was said in cuneiform right here on this copper sheet, but you know, let's just gather some more information, but damn sure makes you go, versus, oh, get the fudge out of here. I'm going, no, I'm one of those that are going, that's interesting. Let's see what this information gives us, right? So we're reading the scrolls. We're looking at the scrolls because guess what? There's a guy who has invented this program that can read the Dead Sea Scrolls even though they're rolled up. And it's difficult for them to unroll the scrolls. So this guy created this algorithm to where the machine that they're using that look at it, sort of like an X-ray machine in a way, but that the X-ray machine would only look through the piece of paper and it would read it and then without hurting the next piece of paper, and then it would go past that one and go to the next one and read it even though the scrolls are still rolled up. Now, what are the scrolls going to tell us? Before, we couldn't read them at all. But before we make any grand hypothesis that we know everything about something, maybe we should wait until some more information comes out. Now, that does not kill my faith. I still believe in the Christ. I still believe in Jesus. I believe in Dante. I believe in the Charistus. I believe in positive things in the universe. But, ladies and gentlemen, the honest thing is, Yahweh only works, pay attention, these gods only work in this solar system. Pay attention. I'm not trying to say that there ain't no God, but that God does not exist outside our solar system. Hawkeye, that can't be. Let me tell you why. All right, calm down. I still believe in the Creator, but the Creator and the source of all things goes beyond our solar system. So my belief system, I believe in God, but I believe in the source of all things, which includes this billions of galaxies. Not a couple, but a billion galaxies with trillions of stars per each one. The God that's in all our books and down here only works in this solar system. Why? For one thing, the people on Earth look at the years and the eons and the millenniums and who came where and what and everything. But where what was going on the Earth, now I absolutely believe that there were some really smart people um, on this planet long before people. I mean, they came and built things and did things, and we weren't necessarily slaves. We worked along with the folks that were here, the builders, the original builders, the ones that built the pyramids and the ones that built, these huge monuments that are, still buried in the dirt. And who built this? I don't know. Oh my God, this thing's old. Göbekli Tepe and, and all these other places and, you know, the caves and on the insides of the mountains. They don't know how old it is. They guess, and most folks that go in these caves go, I think they're wrong. I went to Serpent Mound, and me and this other old gentleman were standing at the head of the trail reading the plaque and reading about how old they said this thing was, and when the 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 comet or asteroid hit that, because it hit right there. It hit right beside the Serpent Mound, and took a chunk out of the side of the hill and blew it into the valley below. And it's right beside the head and the tail of the serpent at Serpent Mound. So you can sit on a bench, you can lean over and look out over the cliff. I mean, it's great. But the energy's there. So the people that were like, oh, they did this and it did to such and such. And I'm reading along and I got to the point where they said how old it was. And I started chuckling and I said, "Have they walked around this thing? Who wrote this on this plaque?" You know, and the old gent starts chuckling, and I look at him, and he looks at me, and he goes like, "You know, there's no way, that this thing's only 700 years old or 1200 years old or whatever it is." And I looked at him and I was like, "So you get it too, huh? That sign is wrong, and it's from the Ohio Department of Archaeologists, and they're like, oh, this place is, it was only built blah blah blah, and it was built by such and such, and but here's the thing, they still don't. I still have not heard where they got the dirt from to build the mound. They didn't just get the dirt from right beside it because it's the wrong kind of dirt. Where did they get the dirt to make the surface mound? And how did they get the dirt there? Now I'm sure they could carry it in baskets and stuff, okey doke. But where did they get the dirt? They didn't get it from there. You know, there's no hole anywhere nearby. And the Serpent Mountain's pretty dang big. That's a pretty bunch of rock and stuff. So what's this got to do with chaos? It has to do with it took a lot of time for people to build these things. And the God of that day, the gods of those days, I absolutely believe that they were a builder race that came here to get life started, to get things going, to build some stuff, and to get you call it humanity. They just wanted to get things going. They were tasked with the task of making animals and putting in, dinosaurs, and it was their job to put things on this earth and create earth. It was going to evolve, yes, but they were the builder race. They were the ones that built what was going on here. Oh, Dave, that's crazy. Well, but then where'd all this stuff come from? Where'd all these dinosaurs come from? You admit that there were dinosaurs? Yeah. Where'd they come from? Well, they were here for millions of years. Not my question. Where did the dinosaurs come from? Did they come from a little tiny egg of a lizard and that somehow they turned into a giant Brontosaurus or a T Rex for crying out loud? Or one of those ones that run around and want to eat everything, the ones on, Jurassic Park? Somebody had them things as pets, brought them here, set them out, said, here y'all go. Because there was nothing here, and then there were dinosaurs. And then there was the catastrophe that wiped out the dinosaurs and all the fauna and all that story. But nobody asked, I still have not heard who brought the dinosaurs originally? Where did all the plant life come from before before the big meteor catastrophe that wiped them out? Where did all this stuff come from? It rode in on a meteor. There was a mineral that hit the ground and it somehow turned into a dinosaur, and then and one of those meteors that came in before that came in and it had some goo on it, and it wasn't a dinosaur that turned into a fish, and oh, bullshit. Where did the animals come from before the great catastrophe? To me, it seems like a simple question to ask, right? Pets. Yeah, that's right. I mean, see, because it had to have been a shaman journey because what I remember in my shaman, I thought it was a movie. Okay. I thought the information that I was seeing in my head was from a movie I had watched. Okay. This is the truth. You know, I don't like to lie. I don't want to. I'd rather just be quiet. But anyway, so in my head, I'm I'm having these little flashes, and it's like, wow, that movie, and wow, there was this movie, and what was that? Did I see it on YouTube or I watch a lot of movies and a lot of stuff that's a lot of times just playing in the background and while I'm reading something or listening to something. I'm really bad about having two devices going at the same time. There's a movie going on and I'm watching YouTube or reading something on the computer or on the cell phone or whatever. So I'm bad about it. So I double up. There's stuff going through my head all the time, right? So, but I couldn't place whether or not what I was seeing or feeling or understanding was something I had watched either on the TV or seen on looking at something on YouTube or something. I got YouTube on the TV too. But anyway, so Richard, hey, how are you? Been thinking about you. I was hoping that I could be on long enough to be able to say hello. But so in this dream, it's like I'm a really short person. And there are people like me, and somebody said something about the Garden of Eden. And it was that Adam and Eve were just two people, nothing big. It was somebody who gave them a name after the fact, and who they thought was God, and coming from above because there were giants in those days, okay? And it were the giants way back then and not before Adam and Eve because the giants needed short people to be able to tend to things because they were closer, literally closer to the ground, smaller hands, and they didn't treat them as slaves. They treated them more as equals because they could get so much done with their tiny little hands. And, even to this day, I've heard come from, stories that, oh, let the Chinese and the Japanese and the Koreans, let them keep making those things over there. They're so good at putting stuff together with their tiny little hands. And I've heard that from, like some MAGA people. And I'm like, what? Y'all got to stop that shit. But now it is true. Somebody, my hands are somewhere in the middle. But over the years, I've been able to fold my hand up to be able to get it into some really small places, with scratches and stuff to get my hand back out. But other folks are just their hands too big. And there are other people that I know that they go, here, get out of the way. And they put their hand right in. And is that what you wanted? So, there are tall people who can get to the top shelf, and there are short people who can get the stuff out of the bottom. Quit complaining about which is better, you know? Well, I'm tall enough to reach the top. Yeah, but you can't bend over far enough to get to the bottom, and I'm already here, you know, meaning a short person. So, in the reality of the universe, so above a tall person as below, as in a pygmy or a short person, or I'm not real tall, but So, but the giants were here first, building stuff. All right, and so then God was created. The Enoch, the blah, 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 the okay, space aliens. All right, and they tinkered with our DNA. It's obvious because it's a loop on the end of our DNA strands. It's obvious we have been tinkered with. Be nice to be untinkered. Not in my lifetime, but maybe others in the future. What kind of human beings would they be if that if their DNA was untinkered with? You know, and so that the next generations would all be born with all of their DNA strands being correct, all the way down with no splice. What would that look like? Would that create superhuman people because they did something to us? Because we must have been too good at what we were doing in order for them to change it. Because otherwise, everything else looks good. Our legs are good. We got a brain. We got eyeballs here and all that stuff. So, what is that hook on the end of our DNA? We've been tinkered with. You got to understand that. So we've been tinkered with. Our reality extends only as far as our solar system. Now we see stars off on the distance, but once you go off in the distance, the stars don't look the same because the stars look the way they do only from our perspective. So only from Earth view do the constellations make any sense. All right. Honestly, you go to Jupiter, they're going to look similar, but it's still going to be from a different perspective. So, the North Star and all that, it's going to look a little strange because you're in a different position, right? And with the solar system and where Jupiter's at, it's going to look different. So, but to go out of the solar system, out of this box of sorts that we're in, of the solar system, that's where God resides for us. Our God ain't no place else but in our solar system because the Bible can only relate to the time that is spent on earth. Everything relates to time on earth. The giants, the angels, the this, the floods, the this. Everything relates to the time on earth, not the time on Jupiter, not the time of the sun, even though we've been around the sun and the earth is part of the sun. But we've not been able to really understand the sun until we could see it like we have these last 10, 15, 20 years. We've got all these ways of looking at the sun and all the flares and all the holes and all the stuff. And so, but that's been going on a million years, my friends. But a million years ago, we couldn't see the way we see stuff now. That's just obvious. Didn't mean that they were stupid or didn't understand, but when they may have been able to see the sun. And the sun was probably different color. It's bluish now. I grew up with a yellow sun, not with the color it is now. And all us old timers, we know what a yellow sun was, and the sun ain't the same color. So that's changed in my lifetime. What? We went from a yellow sun to a blue sun. It's almost like a pale now. I don't know what color it is now, but so things have changed. And it's like, well, that can't be. Yes, it can. So there is a true reality, what we can actually observe. But our true reality in what we can observe is honestly only from our disposition from Earth. I can go outside, look at the stars, and go, ooh, but they only look that way from here. When I go out there, they're all going to change position. They're all going to look different. Pleiades is not going to look the same. Orion's not going to look the same. All these other stars, I'm going to need a star map to find stuff because when I get out of the atmosphere, when I get out of the solar system, it's all going to look different. Yeah, but wait a minute. God is, God's only good for our solar system. I hate to bring it to y'all, but the rest of the universe don't want nothing to do with this old bastard in the Old Testament that wants to kill and maim and throw lightning and shit. We don't want that religion. So the religion was a test on this planet. They don't have this religion on Mars. Nobody knows about this religion. What about God? Well, we're gonna go to Mars and talk about God. Well, why don't you just talk about the source of all things, which is the quantum field that we are swimming in right now? Why don't you acknowledge that? That we're all part of this quantum. The more that everybody understands this, the more you understand and absorb what the quantum field is, then the more you're going to be able to participate with the quantum field. This is heavy information now. This is serious, honest to God, true shit, heavy information. Rewind this at 440 into this. This is important. So, but it's only important if you want to pay attention. It's only important for your own soul or whoever might watch this. So, but for the rest of the people who are going to be doing this and they're going to be involved, but they ain't going to know why they're doing what they're doing. It's because everybody else says so. Well, it's not going to be necessarily like a riot, but because everybody else says so. Well, where do you get that feeling from? Okay. Well, everybody said. Who? Well, everybody said. Well, well, where, as a young kid being, grilled by Bessie. Where did you go? Well, I went with some friends. Who were the friends? Well, it's the guy who lives down the street. What's his name? Oh, I don't know. I never asked him. What? Why would you ask somebody that you rode your bicycle with? What's your name? Well, it was none of my business. He didn't ask me, and I didn't ask him. I mean, you're little kids, right? So anyway, you're being grilled, and so it's like, so what are you? But I didn't do anything. But the person who's grilling you, if they grill you long enough, they're going to find something that you did wrong or were thinking about doing wrong or almost was going to do something, right? So now there are things going on where the universe, to some people, how do I explain this one? Well, if you got a feather, and I've got a feather right over there, and if you, my screen is so small, if you pull along the stem of the feather, right, in line with the way the feather goes. And I was told years ago by a native woman that what you also have to do is take those feathers, like a bird would be preening the feather, and pull the feather in the opposite direction, and pull all the feather down and down and down and down and down, and work it with like this, not in a rough way, but you pull it down, and then you take and you start from the top, and then you brush the feather, and you make, the feather go back the way it's supposed to go. So that's how you take care of the feathers. What's that got to do with what I'm talking about? It's because in order to stay tuned with the quantum field that birds live in, and where the quantum fields that where why are feathers used in a lot of healing ceremonies, and why are feathers after the fact, so popular, but because the feathers represent flight, right? But it represents the yin and the yang too, because they preen their feathers down and then they fluff them out, you know. Sit and watch some birds sometime. That's what they do, right? And some birds will take certain feathers and they'll preen right down, they'll use their beak, and so they preen their feathers, and spirit says that one of the reasons is so that they preen their feathers to keep them clean and to keep them in tune with the Great Spirit. That they preen their feathers, and so that when they fly about, they can feel the winds of the Great Spirit. And that for the birds, all they have to do is believe in the Creator. And the belief in the Creator will lift you up in the universe. So don't have to flap, don't have to worry about the wind. If you don't have those items, but you believe enough in the Creator that there there is still, you know, lift in the universe, I guess. That's a weird, I can see it in my head, but to describe it, it's like it's lifting, it's floating, it's being aware of the rest of the universe. And I got this beard that's getting longer here, and my hair has gotten pretty dang long, in the long and short of it. And so I've sat and thought about, should I cut my hair? Should I cut my beard? And then it's like, and the little voice comes back and says, "Why?" And I'm like, "Well, they're getting long." Yeah, but why would you cut them? Well, because they're getting long. Well, are they in your way? Not really, but they're getting long. I mean, I got this beard here, and I tie it up because it's real bushy and it gets in the way, and I want to kind of train it, and and my hair is really long here. It's really getting long here. But is it in the way? Not really, because I tie it up. And is it really in? Well, then, but now, but to that point, even in the Bible, there's Samson and Delilah. And Samson, he was told by God, don't cut your hair. Don't cut your hair by God. So Samson was like, yeah, why? Well, because it, that's what gives you your power. Every one of these hairs and every one of these follicles, especially the longer it gets, is like an antenna to the universe. So, as a shaman in training, with my hair getting long and my beard getting long, how do I feel about this? Are they antenna to the spirit realm? Hmm. When I think about who I was a few years ago and maybe how I come across to you now, my friends, um, I have aged, you know. In some ways I have mellowed. I can tell. Um I know that here's an interesting thing. I know that over the last few years that you all have known me, which means I've been going through the stuff, the surgeries, the hospitals, the damn near dying, just, the pain and the ding and the da 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 da. And so it's like, but here I am still on the other end, right? I'm still here. And so is it because my hair is long and that I have had better communication to the quantum field because my hair is longer? Now I have no way to measure that as from a scientific standpoint. So I can consider it, I can contemplate it, I can say, well, I act differently now than I acted then. I do think I have more wisdom. There are certain things that I don't fly off the handle like I used to. I'm, I'm pretty much, 85% what I've just learned from listening to the physicist and all. I'm at least 85% correct. Now, that other 15%, I'm not quite sure what it might even discuss, but at 85% of what I have discussed with y'all, I'm correct with. Now, I still don't know what that other 15% is, but I'm trying to be nice. So I'm sure I flubbed it somewhere. So that's the only way that I can gauge. Did my long hair and beard contemplate to my connection to the universe as an antenna, as the natives would believe? Or even in the Bible, Samson got his hair cut and he lost his shit, and God was pissed and all that kind of stuff. So, um, all for the wiles of a woman, unfortunately. She had bad advice. Um, but in all of this and all of the stories, all about God, Samson, the stories, Goliath, the thing, Jonah and the whale, all the stories, all the stuff, all the history only pertains to this earth. It only relates to this solar system. It doesn't relate to anybody else in the universe, except our puny little planet sits out here on the edge of the galaxy. The ancients came and set this place up as a place to learn lessons because as this from a spiritual realm, which they don't include in our handbooks, you know long hair, long beard, don't care. I'm still connected to the goo, to the quantum field. I still believe it more every day. And every day I think, I can't believe this anymore. And then you go, something happens or a feeling comes along and you go, wow, man, that's something else in the quantum. I just felt that. And you go, wow, well, there's one more that just deepens how you feel about the quantum field, which is, in a way, it's heaven. Because when you pass away, you go into this quantum field that's all around us. So it's like, oh man, I get to be part of the cosmic goo. I've had so many friends go before me. I've read books years ago and old men sitting on a rocking chair and talking about how they've had so many friends go before them. And they're rocking back and forth, and they're watching the sun go down, and they're talking about all the things they've done as men, and all the things they have or have not accomplished, and who lived, who died, and who did what. And you're sitting on the porch, and you look over there, and the guy you're talking to has just passed away. The last person you knew that could talk to you is sitting over there in the rocking chair. And you're sitting in your chair, you're still rocking away, and everything's groovy, and you're rocking away. And, well, the good Lord this and the good Lord that. And you look over there and you look and go, Charlie? Hey, Charlie, is that you? Charlie. And you got your cane beside your rocking chair. And you pick up your cane and you reach over there and you poke him one. You go, Charlie, are you asleep? Charlie don't say nothing. Charlie, you breathing? Now it's too hard to get out of this rocking chair to go see if Charlie's breathing. Now, as an old person sitting in this rocking chair poking Charlie, Charlie, are you awake? Charlie, are you breathing? My brain is thinking, if I could get up out of this rocking chair, and if I could stumble over there to him in my old age, what would I do? Give him mouth to mouth? I'd have to use my spray thing first, which, by the way, I should do. Thank you for reminding me. So I'm supposed to take this, a couple of times a day, and like, all right, so can you breathe? Well, I don't know. Well, I got to give old Charlie here some mouth to mouth. You got to give Charlie mouth to mouth. Well, it doesn't look like he's breathing. Well, maybe you should just put this inhaler in his mouth and give it a squirt and see if maybe that old Charlie will wake up. I don't want to waste one of my puffs on Charlie. He might be dead. I don't want his deadness on my no. Ooh, that was a good one. I was finding out that when I was doing it with one hand, it's a little difficult. It's 9:12 a.m. Oh. Time to I got a little piece of bud over here. It's good to see you, Richard. There was something I wanted to talk to you about or put some and I can't think of it right now, and goodness gracious. I think it's because me and you need to Zoom, to do a Zoom still. And the other day I was dreaming about giants. And I was dreaming about that I was helping the giants out. And that I was thinking it was interesting. I was helping the giants out in like real time, like now. And I'm helping the giants out, and they're just giants. They're just big people, but they're like 20 feet tall. These are Jolly Green Giant kind of giants. And they really don't eat a lot, and that they have learned to not eat people unless you give them somebody to eat. They'll roast them up in a heartbeat. But that basically that in the scheme of the planet, the giants that I knew, that we knew back then, along with the dragons and other critters, that these critters were not, some of them had bad eggs, literally dragons, but mostly they were trainable, and mostly, eagles can be nasty, but when they're fishing for their own stuff and there's plenty of food, same with dragons. Dragons had their own stuff and nobody bothered them. And so it wasn't until some other folks come along from another dimension that started taking out the dragons and making dragons mad and making dragons bad. So, but the story goes, so we had to kill everything. But before then, we didn't. Why? Because the giants and the original builders put us on this planet to correspond with everything. Now, I'm still talking about this, but the bottom line is going all the way back. This solar system, and this is where you can say, oh, I'm part of the matrix. Maybe. This solar system only has this God in it. When you venture out of this solar system and go beyond the Kuiper Belt, where that rock is coming in from, beyond the Kuiper Belt, so there's somebody or something out beyond our solar system. That's what's freaking everybody out. This thing is coming from outside our solar system. Yeah, well, why is it freaking you out? Because we didn't know anything was out there. Why must it be intelligent? Because I don't know, maybe they got to be smart to be that far out of our. I don't know, but intelligent. I don't know why they said intelligent, but there's this rock and it ain't from here. Okay, then what? There's that rock up there, and then what? So, but our reality outside where this rock is coming from outside our box. Our little rectangle or oval or whatever you want to create in your head, where our solar system, where the planets spin all the way out to the Kuiper Belt and everything included. All of this solar system of us. Yahweh, God, and Jesus, and everybody, it only exists here. God in the Bible only exists here. Why? Because everything in the Bible references years on the planet. It doesn't talk about life on Jupiter, doesn't talk about life on Neptune, doesn't talk about life anywhere else in the universe except life here on Earth. Not on Mars, not on Venus, not on Mercury. It talks about the planets and maybe their, connection to and with the Earth, but not that there's life on them planets. And in some, you can't believe in those astrological things because, that's all that stuff is Satan. So you can't believe in that stuff. And so you'll be a heretic and you're not a Christian and you're not a believer. And wait a minute, you got to understand how the universe works. Because beyond our solar system, out past the Kuiper Belt, out somewhere out there where this new rock is coming in from, right? They're scared because where is it coming from? There's not supposed to be anything out there in space, and that edge of space. It's not supposed to be out. There's nothing out. There's not supposed to be nothing out there. Hence, and thus, why they're freaking out. So, because where this rock is coming from is outside our solar system's realm. It's a bubble, it's a whatever you want to consider it as, but you can deny it all you want to. But our solar system has its own aura. It's got its own energy bubble of consciousness around the solar system. And our solar system is hauling ass through space. It ain't stagnant. We're all hauling ass through space. But here comes this new rock from a section of space we never thought anything could come from there or from the direction it's coming. What the hell, right? So why are they freaked? It's like this rock is coming in, like there's been a curtain, there's been a black curtain around our solar system. And the black curtain is the Kuiper belt. Okay. And there's a black curtain and everything's, and we can see all this stuff and we can see everything with the new telescopes. But now there's something that has come between the curtains out past the Kuiper belt. Wait a minute. There's not supposed to be anything out there. Those are curtains. That's the Kuiper belt. That's the edge. And then all of a sudden, here's a big rock. Ooh. So that's why they're freaked out. You don't be freaked out by their lack of understanding. So, but I understand why they're freaking out. But calm down, um, calm down. But with that said, so that proves my theory, sort of, in that here comes this rock from outside the Kuiper belt, from outside anywhere that they would consider known space. Okay. Known space. I mean, they've been looking around for a long way in the distance. So now known space is expanded, but now this is coming in from unknown space. Somewhere they have not been able to see. They've been able to look in that direction, but couldn't see this coming. It couldn't see behind the curtains. But all of a sudden, here comes this rock. This is all pertinent. Because the rock, the time it gets here, all of the time is based on our 24-hour time. It's not based on Jupiter time. It's based on Earth time. So all of these events, here comes the big rock, but it's all in Earth time. It came in from outside our Kuiper belt, outside our known space, outside our norm, outside the box. Okay. This thing somebody tossed a rock over the top of the box. All right. Everything's groovy inside the box here, and we're all having fun. Now all of a sudden, boom, here comes a rock over the top of the box at a weird angle heading down to our solar system, which is nice and cozy in the box. Because we've always been in the box. This reality of our solar system has been our reality. But so in a way it's fake because it does not include the rest of the universe. And you're going, Dave, you're talking a lot. I know it's almost 5 hours. It is 5 hours. What time is it? Oh, I just missed a 20 and you didn't remind me. Here, or I didn't see it. So let me take a hit off my bowl. But so the God that we're so believed in, the God that so many people are dependent upon, I absolutely believe that there is that God. But that God only rules, or the rules of that God only pertain to this solar system. It does not pertain to the rest of the universe. It don't. And so now, wait, where's this rock coming from? Outside our solar system. What? Yeah, it's coming from somewhere we don't even know about. Is that why everybody's panicking? Yeah, they didn't think anything was out there. Out where? Out there. Out there. Where? Out there, there. Way out there, there. Out past where there they thought that was past there where they thought the end was there. But now where they thought the end was there, there's stuff coming in from there. Did you catch that? That's what's happening. So, a, an interesting realization after Uamau, which there were some show enough folks attached with that rock. This one, we'll see when it gets closer. At the moment, I just think it's a rock, but it is where it's coming from that is absolutely like, where did that son of a bitch come from? It came from outside the Kuiper Belt. Where out there? What direction? Okay, well, I know the Kuiper Belt's out there. I know that the Kuiper Belt is sort of like the asteroid belt, but just further out. Okay. But you mean there's shit out way past that coming in? Oh, now that's interesting. So it's already in the quantum. Now, if you watch the video I did a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago now, and Cliff High did it, he talked about the noodle and about the the information that came in from the Voyager satellite way out there, and they got a message, and folks were watching the screen, and some of them got freaked out, and they couldn't even record it. But weirdness happened, and then they tried to contain it, and so. But this is a message from out there on the edge of known space, outside our box. I don't like people more than half or not what they're talking to let them believe what they want. I'm not helping them fix them. They are part of the problem too. Little ones can comprehend the vastness that exists. Remember Dante and the monkeys? Yep. See, Richard, you're the one person I can talk to about Dante and that don't freak out, you know? And it's like I was here today, and it was yesterday too. And I was like, I haven't done a video recently. Yeah, that's true. But I have been doing a lot of homework. I have had my own issues with just not being able to stay awake for different reasons. We've had some really crappy weather, and sometimes the reception was even crappy. But that was to um, my router inside the house. Sometimes things are just weird. But anyway, so um, sometimes when my head is clear, though, I'm doing homework. I'm doing research projects. I'm watching and one thing on YouTube and listening to something else on my phone or the computer. So in my quote off time, I have been doing a lot of study, and that's why I can make some of these statements in with confidence at the moment by my observations and by what other folks have observed too. So, but prove my point. Thank you much. Let's move on. So, but the moving on part. So, folks who are getting freaked out about God, you know, and so in our own tiny little feeble minds, that has been one of these revelations. You want to talk to the Creator? Well, the Creator showed me this walking with the giants, and we're building these things. But even the giants are children to the universe. And the giants were brought down here to do these fix up projects and to build some things. And other folks moved in and made it sort of like a nice resort with good energy, and proper things, and spend a lot of time here, and different races came down here for different things long time ago over the years, and probably fucked a monkey or two, and here we are today, right? With the giants mostly gone because the giants went crazy for whatever reason. Then the people killed them for sure. But there's been more and more proof. Instead of them, no, giants don't exist. Well, they found another one. Son of a bitch. Well, giants don't exist after this one. Son of a bitch, they found another one. Oh God. So, but to the point of, I think they have ground up those giants' bones, the folks at the Smithsonian, because too much stuff has been taken there and disappeared. So I wish that somebody would take over the Smithsonian. I wish 200 guardsmen would go to the Smithsonian and follow somebody down the stairs and say, "Open up the basement. I want to see what you got." Well, you don't have clearance. Bust open that door. Use some C4 on that door. Bust open that door right there to that vault. Stand back. Well, but wait a minute. Wait. You got the combination? Well, you don't have to blow it up. Well, then let us in. Well, but no, I don't know. Okay, boys, blow it. Then you can't lock it after we get done blowing it. Take it off its hinges, boys. They know how to do it. Boom. The doors fly open, fall down, and then you can get in. So, have you heard about Money Penny? And it's not really an argument, but with not Piers Morgan, Ross Coulthart, about the hidden underground UFO, and that she put out on the internet that if he didn't disclose where this UFO was, she was going to do it. So anyway, there's this thing going on about identifying a UFO that's supposed to be buried somewhere, and apparently she says it's buried in Nebraska somewhere. So that would be worth a trip to Nebraska to see if there was apparently a giant UFO buried there, not just a UFO, but a giant one. Okay, what if you could see it from Google Earth? But it's supposed to be under buildings and stuff. It's supposed to be, buried. All right. So, but anyway, there is that. There's all the stuff about the income. Now, let me tell you something, brothers and sisters. I know there are folks in other countries that they're using the biochip thingy, that you got to use your card, and it knows who you are, and if you're buying too many chips or stuff or whatever. They're using forms of that in Europe now. I still listen to Survival Lily, and she reports on stuff once or twice a month on how things are going over yonder, and they're not looking good. So, whatever needs to get going. People need to get going again. Um, but there are certain things that are holding everybody back, it seems. And everybody looks, well, we can't do this. There goes the government again. Well, over there, the government's being stupid as all get out. So now our government's trying to be a little more practical. Now, the thing about nuclear plants and that they just signed a deal, open a deal to have more, you know, um, enriched uranium for these new nuclear plants that are going to be built. Really? Well, there's a new nuclear plant north of me in Albany, which is the plant south of Albany. And then they put in a new unit in the Blakely side over there in Columbia, Alabama. They put in another unit. There was one unit, now there's two. That's a nuclear plant there on the Chattahoochee River. So, and that's before Trump got in. So the Nuclear Commission folks, whoever, Georgia Power, Alabama Power, they're already moving in small nuclear plants. Because if you look at the old coal plant in Albany and you go, that's a nuclear plant? No. So they've been able to use a small amount at a certain stage to generate enough steam to turn these turbines they're being efficient. So they're retrofitting coal with nuclear and in my neighborhood and have for years. So has there been a spill? Has there been any radioactivity or anything? Nope. Everything's being running clean and fine. And only steam comes out the stack. And there's no pollutants going into the water. It's just heated water going back into the Flint River. And so I guess nuclear is not such a bad thing. So the fact that they want to put some of these big plants, and having been to Detroit and seen some of these huge plants with the engines and everything that I've talked about, that they want those large plants that they want to build here in America. They want to put a small nuclear plant out back so that the small nuclear plant will feed all of the power that the plant will need. And with all the robots doing welding and stuff, that's going to take a bunch of power. So instead of taking power off the main grid, Trump and company want them to build these small reactors, which are already, I thought, well, oh my God, what are we going to do? They're already being used. So if you want to argue, what about the technology? Well, there's the one over in Alabama that's been there for 25 years or more. There's the one up in Albany that's at least 15 or 20. And there's so far, knock on wood, there's no, so they're working. Oh, we can't do nuclear, but I don't know. This new nuclear is not like the old stuff. They figured out how to use lesser enriched uranium. It's just kind of activated instead of enriching it to the point of making a bomb. No, so the new uranium enrichment deal, having listened to a couple of people, is that they're exciting the uranium get get it started, to get it activated, for it to do its thing and may generate heat and create steam. So that's what the enrichment is sort of like. It's gets it started. It scratches its back, you know. Oh, it's such a bad thing. Well, there's one over in Blakely, Columbia across the river. No, that one's been doing good. What about the one in Albany? No, that's a good one. Haven't heard any problems with that. Well, there's one down in Florida, just down. Yeah, any trouble with that one? No, that one's been good too. What about? Oh my God, there's one over there near Savannah. Oh yeah, that one there. Yeah, any trouble? No. And we don't mean the big one, that big son bitch they built. We mean the little one over there. It's been running fine. Oh, you're not talking about the Savannah plant? No. Oh, you're talking about the little one over there, and there's one over near Swainsboro. Yeah, you mean that? That one there? Yeah, and there's one South of Macon. Yeah, and it's like, well, God almighty, there's all of these small unit nuclear plants already in operation. So, listening to some of these folks who are saying, you can't do this, they're just writing off permits for these folks to build this stuff. Where is the proof? Where is the evidence? Well, because we've got a bunch of these little plants that have been operating for the last 20 years right under your nose. You didn't even know. And now we want to require, sort of, any large industries to put in their own power plant first so they don't have to draw upon the energy of from the population. What a thought. And any extra energy that these little nuclear plants create gets to go to us. So, the folks who are worried about this stuff, there are things that have already been they've already been in the works, they've already been working. There hasn't been any issues. Now, what I would suggest and make sure that, you know, if what they've got is working, then they need to make sure that the rules state that the way things are working now, they need to maintain them. Here are the rules based on today's results. Everything's good today. So from now on, this is our good day. Write all the numbers down, write all everything that's going on, how many people, what's the temperature, what's the pressure, write it all down because this is going to be zero. This is going to be our what we establish all of our stuff for. If it's better than this tomorrow, then that's a really good day. If it's 10 points lower the day after that, then it's sort of a worser day. But then everything drops by 50 points. We know that we're having a seriously bad day. But at the moment, we have no way to tell what is a good day and what's a bad day. So, my friends, we can say, well, okay, for our own sake and for our own lives, we go, today's a good day. It's not special, but today's a good day. I was able to get this done and blah, blah, blah. And, me and Duggar had a good time. And yeah, today was a good day. So from now on, I'm going to base my days on today. Well, tomorrow, man, it's going to be a good day. Well, it rained all day and then it did this and the roof leaks again. And, and it piss poor. That, okay. Not as nice as today, even though it rained today. But there's Thursday. What's Thursday like? I don't know. But, you know, if it hadn't rained and got everything wet on the table, it would have been a pretty good day. Oh. So it wasn't that bad. It was just part of the day was bad. Yeah, well, So does that make the whole day bad? Well, there for an hour or so when it was raining hard. But what about the rest of the day? Turned out pretty good. So then your day wasn't a total flop, right? No. Then it was pretty good. Yeah. Then the outlook for tomorrow then is partly cloudy with pretty good stuff lined up. We'll see how it goes. So, how do we look at what we've done? How do we gauge what we think we've accomplished, what we might think we can accomplish? What can I get done tomorrow? What do I have to do? Do I have to call somebody up and tell them I can't come? Or, is there something? Do I need to call somebody and ask for help? Or what's the deal? So, as we, as human beings, look at our situations, we need to continue to be practical and don't go flying off the handle. Because a lot of times you fly off the handle, you're going to land in some shit that you don't want to land in. And I'm thinking a handle of a toilet bowl flying off into the toilet. Yeah, that's a bad day, right? It falls in there and you got to go get it. And you don't have a pair of tongs. You got to use your hand, you know. And it's gooey, and you got to go chewy. So, but in this life of things, there are so many instances going on that I've been talking about for the last 5.5 hours that don't get caught up on any one of them. Take a look at them like in the last 5 hours. I've taken each one of them subjects a little bit at a time and talked about them. Take each one of them yourself and look at it and go, should I be upset about this shit? Or should I just sit back and take a chill pill? I need to keep an eye on that. Oh, about banks. If you have money in a bank, and if you think you have too much money in the bank, get some out and put it somewhere. Hopefully in a fireproof safe, at least. But that people talking about the digital dollar, our dollars are already digital. Don't freak out about it. Why? Well, because when I go to buy something, I swipe my card or let it go beep and enter my PIN number and it gets subtracted. Some digital figure somewhere. My money in the bank's already digital. How I use it is already digital. So the people that are trying to freak you out about the digital dollar, my dollar's already digital unless I am holding it in my hand. If you don't want a digital dollar, go to the bank and get some dollars out and hold them. Otherwise, your dollar's digital. Period. Quit worrying about it. Can you get money out of your bank account? Okay. What I do every first of the month is I make sure I get some extra money out of the bank. Before I pay my bills, I take some money out of the bank. Cash money that I will use at times to pay some bills with, but I got cash money. So I know how much money I have at all times. I got some cash money that I pay bills with or buy groceries. But when I look down and I see that I got $60 and I got to go buy dog food for Duggar and I got to go get something else and for the end of the month and oh the kitties are almost out of food. Can I make it till the end of the month? And since I had to make that big insurance payment, and since I had to do this, blah, 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 and I'm not running short, but it's really tight this month, and can I afford that? And what? So it's like, okay, all right, okay, calm down. But my dollar is still digital. I want money in my hand, but I'm going to leave the money out there in the bank because I know I got some bills that are going to come out of that bank account in just a day or so that I can't pay with cash money. So leave in what you need to and take out what you think you might could use because you can still spend it. You can still take that dollar to the store and buy whatever you need with it. They still accept cash around here. And so, and it's sort of interesting, like, oh my, Oh, you have cash. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, how about that? So, but anyway, the freaking out about stuff, to sort of wrap up the God thing that I was talking about a few minutes ago. Our solar system is great. You want to believe in God? Fine. But your God that you believe in is only related to the earth. It's only related to this solar system. If you leave this solar system, your God and the Bible and all that stuff doesn't mean nothing. Because the time in the Bible only relates to the earth as it turns. How many years? Earth. How many eons? Earth. How many, you know, centuries? Earth. It ain't Jupiter. It ain't Uranus. It's not Uranus neither. But so believing in God is fine. But at some point, I told my friend the other day, at some point, I said, you got to realize that your God is only good for this solar system. It's not the God of the entire universe. It's not the God of our galaxy. It's not the God of 20 galaxies or trillions of stars. That God does not apply. I'm not trying to be ugly, mad, or otherwise, but because discusses the earth all the time, then the God is related only to this earth. It's great. This God, good. Yahweh, for this earth, this solar system, thumbs up. But when you leave this area of the universe, it does not apply. And so, in other words, in order to be a shaman, you have to be able to take yourself beyond the constructs of the universe or the solar system, as I'm just describing now. You got to be able to go beyond the constructs of the solar system to realize that there's the rest of the galaxy for us here, where our reality is spinning around on the outside edge of the galaxy. These are all true facts. But there's another galaxy over yonder. What the hell? You know, another bunch of trillions of stars and and more solar systems and more planets and probably more people and spaceships and shit. You know, there's folks all over this universe. So the Crow, how you doing? So, um, oh, but God, it takes in the whole universe. Sorry. I really mean it. I'm sorry. But God in the Bible does not include the whole universe, only the solar system. Please understand that. Not trying to be mean, not trying to be rude, honestly. But Christians, all other folks, anybody that's looking at a book on this planet needs to understand that those books are only good for this. In other words, the instructions for my Toyota are only for my Toyota. They're not for my Mazda. There might be similarities, but my Mazda truck does not work on the Jeep or on the Toyota out there. So no matter what, So the instructions for here on planet Earth and the solar system, that book's only good for here. Just like a book for my old Chevrolet, just like the book for fixing my Mazda, just like the book that, so as I'm saying and as I'm going along, you say, well, that means your God, my God, our God of the Bible only works for here. Yes, but the whole universe, no. You got to leave the whole universe out of here. The whole solar system universe, thumbs up. Outside this solar system, out where that new rock came from, nope. Different God, different reality, different thinking, different people, different beings. Oops. Nope. Sorry. Those books belong in a library because some other alien flying along stops by and goes, "Oh, look, Gladys, I've heard about this Holy Bible stuff. They've actually got one. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, boy, that would be something. That'd be precious in Regulus 3. Their God is the great big green glob from, Gornius 3. And oh wow, hey, oh, we'll give you one of these, brother. You will? Yeah. You can have the Gideons will welcome you to the Christianity. Oh, Christianity. Oh, listen to this. Well, we're going to take this on our spaceship and we're going to take it to Regulus. This is going to be a blast. And off they go with the Bible. And they take it to another place in the universe and they're all having like, they're having a big laugh about it. They probably come up with a passion play with puppets or something, and they've got this big arena with people that gather to laugh about, the different paper Bible thingies from different planets in the whole universe, the galaxy, not just the solar system. So, you know, come on. You you got to really think out of the box. You want to be a shaman, you got to think past the solar system. You got to think past this reality. You got to think past, but think past what? Think past where this new rock is coming in from into our solar system. Where did that come from? Way out yonder. Yep. So is it something to worry about? No, but it's absolutely something to contemplate. Because when you quit thinking about the Yahweh God, who is the only, oh, he's the only one. Yeah, for our solar system. Okay, I'll go along with that. But he's not the only one God for the whole universe. Nope, sorry. He didn't even he's not even the only one for this quadrant of our galaxy, okay? Just for this solar system. And all the things and stuff only work within the confines of this solar system. So any magic or gooey or whatever, it only works here. It don't work out yonder. All right. So, oh my God. Now what do I do? Believe in the source that's already there, that's already around me. I can see this glare up here in the top of the screen. It's coming from this way. It looks almost like a cloud. There's source energy, that's hanging over my head that's next to me. That the light from this light bulb is source energy. We absorb it if we, as I pray each time I do a video, I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive The knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. In our universe, as the natives say, our universe is the source, it is the creator. We don't need a place or a time. But the creator is not relegated to just this solar system. Okay. The creator is in the galaxies, you see, where God's just in this solar system. So the great creator of all things is beyond the solar system, and it does include all of the other things. So most folks can't even. I've seen a couple of really good um, 3D type dimensional things showing the planets and the universe, and some of them were real pictures from the from the Hubble and the other one, and it's like, oh my God, there's the universe, you know, there's the true picture of the universe, but it only goes so far, you know. And then there's that outside of the box. Where did this rock come from? Right. So the universe is bigger. The creator of all things is absolutely within within the 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 cosmic quantum field. It absolutely exists there. Our consciousness exists in the quantum at the same time. I'm plugged into you, you're plugged into me, and I'm talking about this stuff right now. We're a part of the quantum right now. So, and I'm thinking about and listening to my my quantum buddies up there who are going like, I know you're falling asleep, Dave, but don't forget to say this before you shut down. And it's like it's been almost 6 hours. I need to shut up. You know, I need to chop this up into different sections, like I sort of broke it up to talk about. But you know, to end this one section, there is absolutely in my mind, in my humble whatever, believe that there is absolutely the creator of all things. I believe it in my heart. I believe it in the cosmic goo. This God of the Bible, a little flaky on, you know. But the great true creator of all things, I'm absolutely there with you, you know. Which means you don't need anything. All I need to do is say, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings from the universe. It's out there, y'all. And, you know, it might not come to you as you might think, but when you stop thinking outside the box, when you quit worrying about where did that rock come from and what are these people, and you got to, I've given you some inside information that if you take it and use it, you can use it to your benefit, and you will understand that, oh, that information doesn't bother me. I'm being aware of what's going on, but now that information doesn't scare me. Now the information is like, wow, I'm more peaceful. I can watch the information without screaming. Wow, what happened? Cheers. So, with that said, for those friends of you, Richard, um, some more than others, we all have magic in our bones. Yes, we do. And the thing, too, Richard, the thing is, too, that the magic that each of us possess is even greater when you drop the pretense that the universe is only our solar system. People look out there and, oh, but the entire universe, but they only mean the solar system. When you can think beyond the solar system, honestly, think past the solar system. Solar system's great and groovy. We should not forget it. But in order to be a shaman, you must think past the solar system because there's a whole more universe out there. We have to accept the whole universe, not just the solar system and not just the rules here with the God from the Bible and the this one and the that one, but that's only the rules in Bible for this place, this time, this planet, not for out there anywhere else, not for anybody else, not anywhere else. It's not to piss you off. It's not to make you mad. It's to get you to understand there is more to it than what the Bible and those folks who teach it. There's more to the universe than our solar system. There's more to our thoughts than just a simple prayer to a deity that highly likely might not even exist, but that you pray to him anyway in hopes that you do. So, but anyway, the great creator exists all the time, and so does the quantum. So does the quantum field, and so does our energy. Our consciousness is the quantum field, and the quantum field is our consciousness. We are all together in this, and we are all gelled in this. And I will continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And Richard, if you have emailed me, I got to look in the trash, but send me another email back. So rest up, all y'all. I'm going to take my meds and my eye drops, Chloe. And I've been taking some really good antibiotics this time. I've still got a cough and there's still some stuff in my lungs, but I'm 4 days in on the antibiotics and I've got 4 days more to go. It's killing whatever was had been living in my lungs. So with that said, I'm feeling better. I'm able to breathe. I mean, literally, the other night I could not breathe. I'm like, yeah, it was bad. So anyway, doing better in that respect. Another reason why I haven't been online because I haven't felt good. I've had this nasty thingy, but now that I'm much this is my third batch of antibiotics, and I went into the doctor and said, last two didn't work. You need to get me something. So he gave me a shot of antibiotics and he gave me a shot of steroids and these really great big pills that I take twice a day, which I'm fixing to go take one, Chloe. Um, I thought was bad hay fever. Oh, had cracking headache. Oh, I have not had a headache with this, but I'm sitting here. It's been gross. I mean, just snot just coming out of my head. I would sit here with I was testing different brands of paper towels as to how much snot one of the paper towels would hold. I know this is gross, but I'm sitting here, like right here, here's the arm of the chair, and I'm like, got a paper towel, and it's like, it's just dripping. And it's like, and I can't, I'm looking around, I got to get another one. and there's but it keeps dripping. So drip, 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 drip. Got it full, and I give a little bit of a, got to blow my nose some. Drip, drip, drip. Oh my God, this thing's about to break through, and I fold it up neatly and grab another one, and it goes back to dripping some more until that paper towel is filled up. And I'm like, we'll go through this 3 times. And, ooh, well, there's a number 3, but it's like, son of a. And so, but now I'm still got some wheeze in my chest, but the shot and the big giant pills are doing well. So maybe within a few more days of this, I'll actually kick this virus, whatever it is, and I won't have to, my chest won't be rattling and stuff anymore. So, but anyway, so enough of that. It's been 6 hours. Good Lord have mercy. It's almost 4:20 on my clock. It's almost 4:20 Central Time. Well, I guess I'm just going to have to wait for a minute then, huh? Chloe, thank you, sweetie. I love you too. And I've been thinking about you, but with there's just been some stuff that my spirit guides go like, you got to watch this. You've got to listen to this. You've got to read this. And I can't be in 2 places at once, you know? And so, and at the same time, not feeling real, you know, tuned out real well. How did that end up down there? Just being out of sorts. I didn't have a headache, but my consciousness has, I know this is weird. My consciousness has been wonky. It's like I'm thinking along and looking out the window and I got a particular thing, or I'm watching something, I'm learning about physics or quantum or whatever, and I'm doing something, and then all of a sudden it just goes ding, and I look at the screen and I'm like, we're still talking about quantum stuff, but my brain has, and now I ain't smoking no weed about this, right? So, and I'm sitting here, and there's that ding, and then so whatever I'm doing here, right here in front of the computer, or like right now, I'm taking this little bud and putting it in the bowl, and so I'm watching and doing, walking and chewing bubble gum in the way, right? So, but then all of a sudden, I'm not sure what I'm watching, and I look down at what I'm doing, whether I'm filling the bowl or doing some other thing right here in front of me. I just get blam. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. It just quits being doing whatever it's like. Well, well, there's your bowl. Yeah. So, and my brain's trying to figure this out, right? And the TV's on, and they're talking about welding, and I was like, yeah, well, I was listening to that before. It seems like there's a jump in time. It seems like I was watching this and doing this, and then all of a sudden there was a ding, still watching the same program, but in a different spot. Still the same program, but it's in a different spot. I'm sitting here with the pipe and the bowl, but now I had this other little bud in the top of the bowl, and now it's missing. I looked on the floor, it didn't fall. It's not right here. Where did it go? So where did that little piece of bud go? It was just here. I mean, just now. So, but it's gone. So, did I just have a one of them blips in time? Because what I'm looking at down here, I'm like, this don't seem what I was doing just a minute ago. I mean, it literally feels like I'm doing something different, or that I was doing something different, and now I'm like back to this, and I look down and go, it's like, okay, where was I? And there's only been a split second of time. It literally just went blip, and now I look down and go, what's up? What's on the TV? What was I saying? Did I just fog out, and otherwise go to another dimension and come back that quick? Because everything here, I'm pointing down here, everything here looks different. Even though that's my medicine and stuff and my drink on the table here, it looks like it looks later. It looks like I was here doing talking to you, and now I close my eyes and open my eyes, and it's an hour later. Everything's still in the same place, but not quite. I probably drank out of that one can. There's something else over there that there's that bud missing out of the bowl. But there's the thing, and what the hell? Did I just jump in time? Was there a glitch in time just now? So anyway, I have had those kinds of issues where there have been these, you know, look down, look around, and just go, "What was that?" You know, I mean, literally, what was that? And look around and say, "What? No, it's not a somebody, or there's nobody in the house, or no, but there was some kind of blip, energy, something. What the hell was that?" So I've had a bunch of those. It's almost 4:20 my time, Central Time. Cheers, everybody. And if you remember, Richard, send me an email, and I will try my best. And if you have sent me an email, I will look in the garbage in case it got sent to my junk. But if you've got my real email, it shouldn't go there. But email does weird things without my knowledge. So send me an email, Richard, so we can do yeah. And have you heard, got any more information in any way from Dante or about Dante? Check my spam folders. I will. I will. I haven't done that, but I will. And yes, check my spam folders. You feel his anger? My feeling is extreme frustration. I feel he has been misled or let down badly. Well, let's discuss this for a minute since I'm smoking a bowl and it's the end of 6 hours anyway. 6 hours, 3 minutes. Yeah, and in that the frustration is to the point of just don't touch me or I'll punch you. I mean, it's like I'm gonna sit over here and brood, but don't touch me. You know, don't touch me. So that's sort of where how I feel about it. And so Dante, if you're out there listening, we love you, brother. You can contact me anytime. Have a chit chat. That'd be great. Um, but I have seen some things. You know, I'm always looking for the signs, and I've seen some things that go by, and it's like, whoa, there was a sign. There was there was a sign. There's somebody that did it. Well, there's something. So there are folks out there from the Charistus group that are still doing stuff because I've seen the signs. You know, it's like when you see them, you can't not see them. So now, how it how it resolves itself to be Azazel related. You know what I mean? Not a clue. All I can go by are my feelings. You see the signs daily. So I mean, I watched an animation thing the other day, last week or something, and it was like everything was the peace sign, and they were from another planet or another time or something, and they were there to do something, and there was there was the Azazel sign all over the place on the backpack bag that they carried around with them, and they were to correct things on the timeline and stuff. And I was like, dude, you guys are what the hell, you know? So, but anyway, I found that to be interesting. But that not only were the signs that looked obvious, almost too obvious, but that the theme for the story or the manga thingy was that they were from the future to straighten something out here in the past and something something. And anyway, so here's a story about straightening things out on timelines with the signs of Azazel all over the place. What does that mean? Is there a correlation? There's stuff like that going on right now, right? Truths they don't want all humans to know. Yep, I agree with that one. So has a hard time finding a platform, but those that look will find. Believe, believe, believe. Absolutely, yeah. Those whom look have a special calling. Yep. And this last week or so, in watching these other folks and catching up on the science and my going back, I know it sounds like I'm tooting my own horn, but I do not mean that. It's just that my information I have gleaned from watching my own science, and then listening to the science that um, my higher self wants to teach me. My guardian friends. They're like, "Well, Dave, that's not really true." Well, yeah, it is because he said it. No, that's not really true. It's partially true, and then they send me off in this little half-assed days, and they go, "This is what it this is what it's really like." And I went, "Oh." So I looked at their picture and they were like, "This is like this or that." And then my spirit guys were like, "Not quite." Listen, and I just sort of went ding. And I saw the picture that was on the TV and I watched what was going on and I listened. But over here in this other part of my brain, there was this whirling and stuff going on. And it was like, here's what they were talking about. Here's what the answer was. And this is what the universe was like. And then Spirit Guide said, not quite, but it is like this. And I went, some bitch, that makes more sense, you know, especially the thing about God. And I've had my own issues with God over the years. And I've had this conversation with my good friend, and he's really into the God, it's God's coming. He's going to be on a cloud. It's going to be, and it's going to save the whole universe. And I go, stop right there. Not the whole universe. I'm sorry. Calm down. Only this solar system. No, no, no. He's going to save the universe. No, he's not. Don't care how good, how big, how bad. Ain't going to do it for the universe. Solar system, thumbs up. Universe, out. No, 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 for the whole universe. Dude, are you getting this? People 100 light years away in another galaxy is not going to be talking about this holy book here on earth. And if they are, I would be greatly surprised. But, in that, so God only relates to us here on this planet. Please don't misunderstand. Please don't be pissed off and jump off a cliff. Just understand that God and the Great Spirit and the source of all things is bigger than our solar system. That's what it means. It means you don't have to give up believing what you believe. It just means that the universe is bigger than you first thought about. That's all. It's bigger. Because the reason I bring this up, Romans used to worship Mars. Yeah. Well, there might have actually been something to the Mars thing back then, seriously. So Mars was the god of war, basically. So and Mars had some stuff to do with the Greeks too, but I think it was the Romans. It was the god of war. Maybe it might have been the Greeks though. They were so similar, but some of the gods were different. Boy, I used to know that shit. I was so good at ancient stuff like that. Oh man, I'd read the Iliad and the Odyssey. By the time I was by the time I was a sophomore in high school, and I had read the Iliad, and I mean the tough one. I don't mean some story about the Iliad. I mean the Iliad and the Odyssey. And I've guess what? Now I there were movies on back in the day about Odysseus and and he was headed back to Greece to his wife and children, I guess. He'd been gone so long, but he was headed back to Greece to his wife and all that stuff, and the war's over, and and then the boat gets blowed off course. Well, okay. Well, the Mediterranean is only so freaking big. You guys were supposed to be like Greek sailors? Like you were supposed to know how to like get around on, and it took you how long to get your ass back after the war? Well, the sirens. What about the Cyclops? What about this? Well, then there was a storm that blew us off course. But wait a minute, you guys were supposed to know where the fudge you were. It's the Mediterranean Sea. It's landlocked. It's not like you were out in the Atlantic with all this great big. No, you're on the Mediterranean. You're landlocked. You get in a storm, you're going to bounce off this side of the Mediterranean. You're going to bounce off that side of the Mediterranean. You're going to bounce back to. So what took you so long to get back to Greece? You could have freaking walked back if you'd been on the right side of the, the the beach, right side of the ocean. Well, I was on the north side. Walk around. Go through the top of Italy and walk around. You'll be in Greece in no time. But anyway, so I found the Iliad much more engrossing or something. And Agamemnon, he went down to the beach and he's in his tent and the thing and the something and and the different gods and or goddesses who would meet him down on the beach and have conversations and it just like whoa. But then the Odyssey just got a little too something for me. Anyway, but there's been so many remakes of the Odyssey, right? The the Odyssey by Homer, but that's that it's related like Jason and the Argonauts and the Golden Fleece. There's a lot of relation when they tell that story that it's the story relates to the the story of Odysseus during on their way home. So, but anyway, but that story's been told a bunch because it ain't about war. It ain't about this captain, this one, that one in this tent versus that. So anyway, so no matter how old you are and how stiff you get, keep moving, my friends. And I will continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And so I know I've talked a bunch today, but you know, don't worry about the reset. It's rich people fighting against rich people. If there's a Prometheus group who says that what Trump is doing with the money and the stuff and the changes going on with us in the United States is to forever get us out from underneath the British rule. That there's still some stuff going on, and you can see it in the reaction, and that Trump is trying to finally get us out of the imperial British thumb. And there are little things along the line, and the IRS is part of it, and then this is part of it. We're trying to get rid of all these things that are because of the big money changers who are related back to the Bank of England, who lent us the money to have a revolution. So, but that because the Brits have had so much power over the money, thus the fight with the Fed and everything. If the Fed is rich enough, they could just say, just pay back the principal. We don't need no stinking interest. Think about that. Now, they have the ability to do that, but they refuse. Why is that? Because they got to have that interest rate. We got to pay that interest before we could pay on the principal. Got to have that money. Wait, you're already rich as fuck. Why do we need to, why do you need more money? You're the Federal Reserve. And how come if you're out of money, that's your fault. But wait a minute. Hmm. So what is that dollar worth? So where is the gold being stashed? So our dollars are already digit because it's in the bank at the thing, and I use my thing. It's already digit. Quit worrying. It's already heading toward this way. But they're trying for what these folks that I've been listening to for the last month or so, Prometheus Group on YouTube, two ladies, and they give a daily report. Um, but they're like the things that are happening with Trump and the finances is that where he is getting us out from under in different ways, finally, from all of the residual British rule, some of the the banking system and some other stuff, but that it's all still related to the Brits and to the king. And there was something that happened the other day, and there was a remark by King Charles, and he was like blah blah blah, and Trump was like da da da. So the thing is there whether we'd like to agree with it or not, there's something going on behind the scenes between the Brits and the oligarchy money changers with stuff that Trump's doing to get the United States out from under the Brits finally forever that we didn't even know we was under. And see, they concocted this shit at Jekyll Island back in the 20s, 30s, right? So Trump is breaking this stuff up. And it's also breaking our ties, long ties and stuff to the British monarch to this day. And when the Queen was alive, back when Trump was his first thing, he went over to visit her and everything, and he was just walking around, and she was like, "What are you doing?" And his visit over there was sort of a to let them know that they don't own us anymore. That was all them years ago in his first term. So now here he is early on in his second term, and there's King Charles and some Brits making certain remarks, and it's all because Trump's back to finish what he started his first term to finally get the United States out from under the the British rule. Washington D.C. is connected to the banks in England, right? Because there's that spot over in England. It's its own sovereign thing, and then there's the Vatican, its own sovereign territory. D.C. was set up to have its own sovereign territory, like that spot in England, and like the Vatican. So Trump and company can do anything they want to in the city because they're the masters of the domain. And the domain is Washington, District of Columbia. It's not a state. It's not a territory. It's the District of Columbia. So that said, there's going to be some changes. And so guess where the Fed is? District of Columbia. Guess where it resides? Washington, D.C. District of. So how can you take care of this stuff? Well, if you become the chief and really own the power of being chief of Washington, D.C., District of Columbia, motherfucker, don't you mess with me. You're going to stab somebody, we're going to hang you in the town square. You want to be homeless, we're going to take you to New Jersey. You want to do a something, we're going to do this. Well, why don't you put homeless up in a hotel? But, there's another thing coming. But anyway, but they're going to do something. There's action. So someone was pulling some um, tarot cards the other day, and the cards that were pulled, it was like action. And it was basically the question was something about how's Trump doing or the future or something like that. And it was like he's safe and he's in a safe spot and he's surrounded by people on both sides who are helping him do this safe thing. And that the end result was going to be um, how was it described? Like pebbles on a beach or something. It was going to be minuscule compared to other things, and that, but some folks were. It was going to irritate some folks, but that they would get over it quick, and but that it, to some people it would be a big deal, but to other people it'd be like, eh, you know. So my 10 cents to everybody that might watch this and to y'all that are, take it with a grain of sand, sweeties. It's going to be, it's bumpy. If I say it's going to be bumpy, then it will appear to be. Is it going to be wavy like hell, in some things? Absolutely. Absolutely. And so, as I've been saying for years, make sure you got you're inside your inner tube good, and make sure you're secured. You're tied in. You're not just hanging through this inner tube where you could slip through and drown. No, be sure you're tied in your inner tube. It is snug. You got this, And then when you get into shallow water and swift water, then just pull your knees up and you'll skate right over the top of some of the bad stuff, by the way. But so anyway, with the universe, continue to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. I might freak some people out and say, your God's only good for our solar system, which is basically true. It doesn't it doesn't have any effect anywhere else because time zones are different, you know. I'm in the Eastern time zone, but I refuse to set my clocks ahead. So right now my time zone is Central time zone, which from where I live is not I'm not too far from Central time zone, but it's 4:45 Central Time. It's 4:45 here at my house. 5:45 on the Eastern Seaboard. It's 5:45. Holy crap! So, but anyway, I love you all. Please be safe. Um, if the God of the Bible is only good for this solar system, the Creator is good for the entire universe. The Creator has got it covered for the entire universe, not just the solar system. So you want to believe in something? Absolutely. Believe in the creator of all things. Believe in the source because it goes beyond our solar system and beyond the realm of this Bible. Pull your knees up when you're going through the swift water. I love you all. Please be safe. I know I've been talking crazy. So until next time, I love you. Um, I will try to not be so long. Got live stream tonight with Robert, and then I will do a stream after I get done with Robert. So I'll see you in a few hours. So please be safe, be nice, be sweet, and Dante, if you're listening, cheers, my brother. There's a lot of us who are still praying. So, if you're having frustration, you can get in touch with me, and for what it's worth, we can have a chat. So, thank you for all very much. And until next time, cheers. Continue to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe.